Beth, not sure you saw the message I sent to you.
morning, everyone, and welcome to Thursday, our third day of the NASIG 2020 conference. And I'll ask Christopher and Stuart and Karen if they would go ahead, whoever has the slides, go ahead and share those so that we can start our first session of the day.
Okay, this is Chris Hollister. That's me. Let me see if I can get this working here. All right, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Great. So, excuse me for just a second. I want to get this up in presentation mode. Give me one moment.
Okay. Well, while Christopher is doing that, I will again welcome you to NASIG 2020. This session is a multi-institutional model for advancing open access journals and reclaiming the scholarly record. Our presenters will be Karen Bjork of Portland State University, Stuart Bauer from the University of Oklahoma, Tulsa, and Chris Hollister from the University of Buffalo. Please refer to Sketch for a complete biography of our speakers. We will be using the Zoom Q&A for questions during the session. And afterwards, please also participate in our online discussion forum, which can be located at the NASIG website with additional questions or comments about this session. NASIG's Code of Conduct applies to all discussions and presentations. The links to the forum and Code of Conduct are available on the NASIG website. And please tweet about this session using the hashtag NASIG 2020. And we would also like to thank the NASIG sponsors for helping us make our online conference freely available to everyone.
Maria, please forgive me. It's taking me a moment to get this to be able to share. I apologize for that.
It happens. It happens.
All right. So, problem that I'm having, and I apologize to all of the assembled here, is getting this to show in presentation mode. So I could just do this. I cannot seem to get it to show in presentation mode here. Ah, there we go.
There we go.
All right.
Perfect.
I apologize for the delay. I'll just jump right in here. So hello, everybody. My name is Chris Hollister from the University at Buffalo Libraries. My colleagues, Stu and Karen and I are delighted to be here today. Thanks very much for the invitation. We do have a lot to share and time's going to go fast, but I wanted to take a moment to reiterate some of the things that Maria just said. I wanted to take a moment to thank the conference organizers for their genuinely heroic efforts in pivoting to an online conference. And thanks also again to the sponsors for their tremendous support and generosity. So there are our sponsors. That slide didn't translate too well, but you get the point. So here we are, a multi-institutional model for advancing open access journals and reclaiming control of the scholarly record. This is a case study about an independent library published journal, its origins, its expansion, and most pertinent to today's discussion, its evolution from one model and platform to another. And for those who are in the scholarly communication business, this is also a success story about regaining some control over the field's scholarly record and about choosing the right partners for doing so. So briefly, my job today is to sort of set the stage. I am going to introduce the journal, give a very brief history, talk about successes and challenges, and then pass the baton along to my colleagues Karen and Stu to detail how and why we got to where we are today and what we learned along the way. So here we go. I am co-founder and co-editor of the journal Communications and Information Literacy, henceforth referred to as CIL. CIL is an independent, library-published, peer-reviewed, and open access journal. Open access in the purest sense, no author fees. CIL publishes research, theory, and practice in the area of information literacy in higher education. The journal launched in 2007, and it is presently in volume year number 14. And as you can see, the journal's reach and visibility is pretty well established in terms of both free web and commercial directories, indices, and archives. Stuart and I commenced with developing CIL over a year before its official launch in 2007. And I want to take a quick moment to say that if there is anyone in the assembled here today who's interested in doing this kind of thing, I highly recommend that you give yourself at least a year so that you can successfully launch. But going back to 2007, at that time, there were no scholarly journals devoted to information literacy. Those of you who have been around long enough will remember the journal Research Strategies ceased publication at that time. And other journals were, of course, publishing papers on information literacy in higher education, but none were held to that particular purview. I think it's fair to say that Stuart and I encountered a fair amount of frustration with our LIS publishing experience at that time. But more importantly, we also recognized what was then the emergent possibilities of open access publishing and potentially regaining some control over the professional literature on information literacy. We think that it's really important to emphasize here that CIL is a values-driven journal. Stu and I are fervent believers in the necessity of advancing information literacy. We value our editorial independence from commercial publishers, universities, and professional societies. We abide by the library field's core principle, free to all. From the outset, we advanced the ideals of professional mentorship, inclusion, and even environmental stewardship. And to this latter point, we were originally hosted on a carbon-free hosting service. And though they're not listed here, I would add that we attribute significant value to sincere professionalism and a word that we need to hear more often these days, to decency. Open access publishing, as we know, usually generates questions about economic models and sustainability, understandably so. CIL's financial needs have always been very modest, mainly used for web hosting fees on our first platform. For the first few years, we operated on the so-called PBS model, that would be plead, beg, and steal. We experimented with print-on-demand services to generate funds, and after a few years, we began to build a modest bank account, thanks very much to vendor royalties. Measures of the journal's success come in a variety of ways. In 2009, we were honored with the ACRL instruction section's special certificate of recognition and appreciation. Thank you very much to our friends at ACRL. And though we certainly recognize the limitations of all impact metrics, we do like to tout our current SJR ranking, which places CIL at number 10 among 227 ranked journals in the library field. That's actually down from number 6 the previous year. And I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly blame my colleagues Karen and Stu for that precipitous fall. Ha ha ha, I feel like I should be inserting a laugh track here. The point that I'd like to make here, I think the key point is that it would have been difficult to imagine, going back to 2006 and 2007, that an independent library published open access journal experiment could achieve this kind of standing when we first began this journey. This can work. So CIL was originally developed under the umbrella of the University at Buffalo Libraries on the OJS platform. For those who are unfamiliar, that's Online Journal Systems, which served us very well for several years. And for a variety of reasons, mainly practical, the journal moved to Portland State University and its celebrated Digital Commons platform, PDX Scholar. We simply no longer had the capacity to manage the ongoing growth of CIL with its original publishing model. For those who may have some preconceived notions about digital commons, you should know that our big move preceded Elsevier's acquisition of B Press, and accordingly our memo of understanding is with our friends at Portland State, not Elsevier. But I will add for the public record here that not only our good friends at Portland State University, but also our good friends at B Press have been amazing partners in this enterprise. So at this point, I'd like to pass the baton to my dear friend and colleague, Karen at Portland State University. Karen?
Great. Great. Thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me okay. So I am going to just give a brief history of our journal publishing journey here at Portland State. So we actually migrated from DSpace to Digital Commons in July of 2013. And with the migration to Digital Commons, we gained the capability to provide services that supported publishing. So this was a new adventure for us at the time. And we really wanted to strategically think about what publishing services we can provide to editors and what services we'd like to provide to editors. And what was the level of staffing that would be needed to support the editors in order to ensure that they can be successful. So we now host 5 active journals, 2 that are faculty run and 3 that are student editor journals. Our goal at PSU Library is to publish sustainable journals. So before agreeing to host a journal, my team has several conversations with future editors about what it means to publish a journal. We do this to gather an understanding of the editor's publishing knowledge, as well as to start forming a relationship. Journal publishing hosting is really a relationship between the editors and us as the hosting platform. There is a lot of conversation and a lot of work that goes in to ensure that the journals are able to successfully publish, and it really starts at that very beginning. So our goal is to really actively try to talk people out of publishing. So this seems harsh, but as Chris said in his introduction, it took them a year before they launched. And we really want to make sure that editors have fully thought through the level of work that it takes to publish a journal. And a lot of the work actually falls on the editor's shoulders. So we want them to be able to make sure that they have an understanding that they have not only an understanding of the level of work, but they also have people to support them and editors to help them out. While we can provide help in sort of the back end and providing guidance. We, as hosting, sort of the hosting part of it, do not provide sort of the editorial, we don't provide editing services. It's really based on the editors. So before a journal can start, they must sign an agreement and have policies that meet a directory of open access requirements. So this slide doesn't actually capture all of the requirements, but it's really more of a snapshot of what we expect editors to think through and decide on before they get started. So this includes the scope of the journal, the staffing model, and the really important part of the staffing model is the succession plans, and in particular with our student-run journals. As we all know, editors rotate on and off, and we really want to make sure that the journal has fully thought through how they're going to train new editors. The journal publishing is really a small chunk of time from when new editors come in to when a journal actually needs to get published. So we want to make sure that there's that smooth transition and that it doesn't actually, the journal doesn't flounder because the editors are not trained or well trained enough. For student-run journals, they must have an advisor and a departmental support. This is really key, and we have found that this is our way to keep our journal, our student journals continuously publishing. All of our journals must have a peer-reviewed methodology. And with the guiding principles, what we mean by formatting requirements is, have they identified who will do the work? Will it be the authors or the editors? And are they requiring, if they're requiring the authors to do the work, who's going to do the quality control? All of our journals are open access, so they must all have Creative Commons license. Also, we require that authors think about corrections and retractions, as well as how would they potentially handle plagiarism. Next slide, please. So in early 2016, I was approached by a CIL editor who was affiliated with Portland State, and that was Bob Schroeder. So the CIL editors were looking at the possibility of moving out of OJS. And so we spent the first few months sort of exploring what a partnership would look like, how the migration would work, and how much work would it take. We also spent the time getting to know each other. This was the first time many of us have met, let alone worked with one another. So knowing that Bob was going to retire from PSU in the next couple of years, and also knowing that editors rotate on and off, the library really needed to ensure that we were okay with hosting and providing services to non-PSU affiliated editors. So until we were approached by CIL, our policy was to host PSU faculty edited journals. We really had not explored offering our hosting services to editors that were not affiliated with Portland State. We also needed to verify that the journal editors were okay with having their journal connected to PSU after the PSU affiliated editor retired. So we were approached, as I said, in early June of 2016. We signed the MOU in March of 2017. So during that 9-month period, the library thoughtfully updated its publishing policies and our editor agreement. We had multiple conversations with the editors talking about what our system can and cannot do, what a migration would look like, what services we were going to offer, and we had all of that hashed out before the MOU or our agreement was signed. And I felt that this was really important because we needed to establish what our partnership was going to look like before we started our partnership. I really didn't want to provide any level of false expectations. So the library took on the responsibility of migrating CIL and the back content to PDX Scholar. I will say I did not do this alone. I had a team behind me, and I'm really fortunate to have a member of my unit who assists me with our conferences and journal hosting services. And she actually did a huge chunk of the work to migrate the journal. So I cannot take sole credit for that at all. So in order to migrate the past volumes and the issues, the CIL editors needed to provide us with access to their OJS backend. We needed to understand how OJS worked before we could actually go and migrate the content. So we started this migration in March and we completed it in December. And as you can see, we migrated 10 volumes, which was 196 items. We felt that the migrating the journal content was an essential service that the library should be offering to editors. And during this migration period, we also finalized the new journal site and trained the editors on the new system. And all of this was completed by December of 2017. We really wanted to make sure that the CIL editors could start publishing in the following year, in January of 2018. So it was crucial and key for us to get everything up and ready during that time. Next slide, please. So I'm showing you this slide for a reason. Migration is a complex process, and this slide really demonstrates how much was involved. So we worked with our library technologies team to set up and establish the migration process. We had a sandbox instance of the journal and used the sandbox to train the editors and to test the migration process. My team handled steps 1 through 4, and the library tech team handled 5 through 6. And as I had said previously, the editors provided us access to their OJS backend. So my staff had to quickly familiarize themselves with the system because we needed to conduct metadata cleanup in OJS before we could migrate. Next slide, please. So the logistical challenges. Communication. Communication is always listed as a challenge. For us, this was a new relationship and a new partnership. And as I had mentioned previously, I did not know Chris or Stu. I'd never worked with them before, and they were entrusting us to successfully migrate their journal and then continue a long-term partnership with hosting their journal. And it really felt very important to me to set up clear paths of communication. We really wanted to ensure that we could deliver on what we had promised. In some respects, I felt like our reputation was on the line. CIL is still a very well-known journal. And the last thing I wanted to do was upset the editors or have them believe that they were lulled into some system that, couldn't do what they were expecting it to do. So we quickly decided on a point person, and we clearly communicated expectations. And again, like I said, we really focused on what our system can and cannot do. We felt that this was really important. So the migration timing was also really important to think about. We wanted to make sure that we had closed all article acceptance, so CIL was not going to be accepting any new articles during the time of migration. We also wanted to verify that all of the articles that were in their system were out of review. We also wanted to keep the OJS version of the journal up as long as possible. We really saw it was important to sort of have that OJS version up there until we knew that the migration was successful. So when you migrate to a new system, I cannot encourage you enough or sort of focus enough on this, is reaching out into the community is key. We really had no idea what we were doing. I sort of had never migrated from OJS to Digital Commons. I was just overwhelmed initially. And I went and reached out to our community. I reached out to the Digital Commons community, the LPC, and received a ton of support. And really that community is what sort of allowed me to really think through and map out, because I learned from them. When we migrated to our new system, we also had to realize that the download counts were going to restart at 0. So Stu is actually going to talk about this in a lot more detail, but we needed to create a metadata field that pulled the download count for each article in OJS, because we wanted to retain an overall download count of all articles. We also needed to make sure that our issue dates lined up and that dates lined up. It's funny how actually dates can be one of the most logistical nightmares when migrating, just purely because of the way that dates are put into a system. They're different. You've got, sometimes just a year, sometimes a month, a day, a year, sometimes a day, a month, a year. And so we really needed to make sure we were consistent with all of that. We also needed to transfer and update the metadata that was in the DOAJ. So we actually needed to override the DOIs, because what we had discovered was CIL was creating DOIs, but they actually were not Crossref members. Portland State is a Crossref member, so we had to essentially create all new DOIs for the journal, and then we had to go through and update the DOAJ to ensure that the journal was redirecting to our new system. And actually last year we created a basic tool that allows the library to input and update data in the DOAJ automatically. And this really saves the editors a ton of time, because before the tool, the editors were actually manually entering the metadata in the DOAJ. Training all the editors was extremely important. We created shared documentation, we provided a sandbox instance for testing, and the training happened at the same time as the migration. So when the journal was ready to go live, so were the editors. We also needed to make sure that all of the reviewer information that was in OJS actually came across into our new platform as well. So it was really important because CIL already had a great list of reviewers that they had used. They didn't want to lose that information. So that was also a point of focus, was to make sure that information also got transferred over. And then finally, the journal design. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to capture the editor's vision and really translate that to web design. And again, communication was key to making sure that all stakeholders were happy with the overall look and feel of the journal. And it took, I was surprised at how smoothly the migration was. But a lot of that really came down to the initial time that we took before we decided to take on CIL, and to really think through a lot of things before we actually had any of the agreements signed. I think that those initial conversations were really key to ensuring that our migration was smooth. Next slide, please. And I'm going to actually hand it over to my colleague, Stu.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for everything. Honestly, I was trying to figure out how I wanted to say this, and I still don't have the words for it. But hopefully, everybody listening to this has a feel for just the incredible weight of this burden that Karen and her team at Portland State took on so beautifully, and managed to handle so much of this incredible workload of migrating our journal from its old platform at OJS to the new platform on bpress. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the loose threads. These are just bits and pieces that you go through a large scale process like this, and you start looking around at the final product and going, we need to make a few updates, a few corrections. What you're looking at here is just an email message that's automatically generated by the system. One of my graduate assistants was given the responsibility for going through the entirety of the collection of articles and fixing middle names and middle initials. For some reason, middle names, middle initials didn't automatically transition over from OJS to bpress, just as a matter of the differences between the two platforms, and was something that actually had to be fixed manually. So one of the graduate assistants who works for me here at the University of Oklahoma volunteered, but I gave her instruction and worked with her so that she would go through each article individually on the old OJS site to check and see if there were middle initials assigned to the author names, compare those against bpress, and in those instances where she found that a middle name or middle initial was missing, to go into the metadata and add those manually. Every time that a middle initial or middle name was fixed, it first of all generated an email message like the one that you see here that was then sent out to all of the editors. So during the course of this process, we were certainly kept very much up to date on what was going on. But it also gave us a place to document the rationale behind any change that was made to the metadata. kind of a metadata. If there are corrections that are made, you put in a reason for that update. And you'll notice that here in the middle of this, it's noted as fixing middle name / initial as the rationale for that change. Getting all of those emails can be a little bit annoying, but it is one of the changes into this new system that we're getting used to, is that bpress alerts you about every little thing that goes on. And in some regards, that's actually a good thing, because we're much more aware of what's going on inside bpress. Chris, I think next slide, please. So Karen had mentioned about download counts, and this was also something that we needed to address. In OJS, the download counts are tracked, of course, and this ends up being an important piece of data that is often requested of us by authors of articles. If an author, is a faculty member and they are being put forward for promotion or tenure or something else, they might really want to be able to document, okay, well, the article that I published in CIL has been downloaded over 3,000 times. That's a good metric to be able to share. And so we wanted to make certain that we had tracked that. Of course, when you move to a new platform, the counter essentially resets to 0. The new platform does not have any downloads for a new article that's just been migrated over. So what you see here on the left-hand side is from OJS, the original platform at the top. It says downloads prior to this publication. There was, in fact, a field that was created by the folks at Portland State inside bpress for us to document the number of downloads. And again, that information had to be manually entered. So again, a graduate assistant went through every article, looked at OJS's download count, and then typed in that number into the bpress platform. However, bpress was also at that time calculating its own list of downloads. How many times had the article been downloaded on the new platform? And you'll see highlighted underneath that, we've got 18 downloads since November 13th of 2017. So for this one article, we had 3,332 original downloads, 18 downloads afterwards. The 18 downloads, that count is actually published, and that's on the final page, the product at Portland State on bpress. But the downloads prior to the publication was not originally noted anywhere. We first went back and forth with the folks at bpress trying to find a way, if there was a way to add the two numbers together. Frankly, to post one number that said total number of downloads for this publication. In the end, what we've got is much more granular. It actually displays the number of downloads prior to publication on bpress, and then also the number of downloads since it's been published on bpress. This is actually a better solution in that it discriminates between the two different download counts, but gives anyone an opportunity to look and say, oh, okay, this is the number of times holistically that this publication has been downloaded. It's one of the kinds of compromises that we've had to make, but in the end, a lot of these compromises have actually ended up being to the betterment of the journal, and have ended up, as I've indicated here, with much more granular data that we've been able to use and share with our authors and with readers and others. Chris, next slide, please. Now, Karen talked a little bit about the DOAJ problem, and unfortunately, I feel like I sort of need to pass this back to her right now to get the full story here. We know that when we were originally doing OJS, we were trying to have DOIs for the articles, but we never were able to quite get a full linkage between the old OJS platform and the folks at Crossref. And so the DOIs never really worked. Thanks to our arrangement with Portland State, we're now able to have completely new DOIs that have been generated for all of the articles in the system. This, however, led to us needing to completely revise our entry in DOAJ and all of the indexing that had been done in DOAJ up to that point. This was able to be accomplished by one download, but then unfortunately, we had to update the metadata from that point forward manually. And Karen, I was hoping you'd talk a little bit more about the tool that you developed that's now allowing that process to be automated.
Sure. So I can't take credit for the creation of the tool. It was actually done through our library technologies team, but we essentially are able to download the spreadsheet of the metadata through our digital commons instance. And through the DOAJ API, we can actually go through and push all that metadata into DOAJ. We have part of the tool allows for the metadata to, as it's going into the DOAJ, it actually will check to verify to make sure that everything lines up. So when we initially ran the tool, because of the manual entry that the editors had been doing, we discovered that there was errors in the metadata. So misspelling of names, misspelling of institutions. So we had to go through and update and verify that all of that was occurring. And then to answer your question in regards to the DOIs, in order to generate and create a DOI, you actually need to be a member of Crossref. And so while you can create DOIs yourself, if you don't actually have that membership agreement, you are not able to have them linked through Crossref. So we are Crossref members. So we actually are able to generate DOIs through our Crossref membership. And so when we went and discussed DOIs with the editors, we also needed to make sure, because part of our Crossref number indicates that Portland State is the publisher. So we needed to make sure that the editors were okay with having that indication and affiliation with PSU. So that was the main reason why we needed to, and why we were able to generate the DOIs and the cleanup process that needed to happen for that. Does that answer your question, Stu?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And just to be clear, the old OJS platform, there were no DOIs. We were never able to generate any actual DOIs from that. And so as a result, I don't believe there are any links out there floating around that are somehow no longer accurate, because the only DOIs of record are those that were produced by Portland State.
Yes, and the old DOIs would actually throw an error. So you never actually got to the original article if you attempted to put in the DOI that CIL initially had or originally had created. Yeah.
So I think with that, we can move to the next slide, Chris, but at this point, we're kind of wrapping up with the talk and thanking everyone and asking if there are additional questions. And I'm kind of looking over at the Q&A list. If it's appropriate, we'll go ahead and start answering some of these. I feel like I can at least take a stab at the one that's asking, if it's appropriate, can you provide more details about what prompted the move from OJS to Digital Commons? And I need to clarify one thing. The OJS instance that we were running was not in fact hosted at University at Buffalo. It was hosted on an independent web host that we were paying for. That's that comment about the carbon neutral hosting was done through a group called Green Geeks. And OJS was actually paying for web hosting and paying for that platform. The major, well, there were a number of factors that facilitated the move. I'll talk about the technological one, which was that we were having a very, very hard time keeping OJS up to date. The platform that we were using was shifting from versions of PHP that's necessary to run OJS. It was running a very old version of PHP. It needed to move to a more recent version of PHP. And we simply could not get OJS to update correctly. We were running into huge technological issues, and frankly, it was a bit of a house of cards and a bit of a security issue as well, at which point we began looking for partners. And Chris, if you want to talk about that, I'd be happy for you to.
Well, yeah, I could do this real quick. If you remember back in those days, we had three co-editors in chief. We still do, but Bob Schroeder, who Karen mentioned earlier, has since retired. Anyway, we decided back in 2016 that these issues that Stu just described had gotten to the point where it was going to be necessary for us to investigate other options, other platforms. And we all did. And Bob came back with the option of potentially moving to Portland State. He had early conversations with Karen about that. We explored a number of other options, but this one was the one that made the most sense for us for a variety of reasons. Some of those reasons were it was immediately obvious that we were going to work together well. We liked what we saw in the Digital Commons platform. We really liked what we saw in the PDX Scholar platform. And it was certainly evident that we were going to need to have some back-end technical support, which Portland State was offering. So these are some of the main reasons for the move.
I'm just trying to look over the other questions here, Chris, Karen. I think the question about, can you please share some information about the MOU? That seems like you, Karen.
Yes, I was actually just pulling it up on my screen. So our MOU is really focused on the hosting relationship and what we agree as a university or a library and sort of what CIL agrees as editors. So some of the key points is that we at Portland State University Library are going to provide access to PDX Scholar. We will provide free hosting services, and that we will provide free and open access to the content of the journal for as long as the resources are hosted on PDX Scholar. And really the key part of this is that in an event that the decision to discontinuing hosting services, provided with the publisher that we give them 6 months notice. But on the flip side, it's also that if CIL wants to discontinue their services with us, that they would also give us 6 months notice. The other thing we also put into our MOU, or technically I'm supposed to call it an agreement, is that if CIL does decide to move away from our platform, that we will actually hold the archives. So while we migrated to all the content from OJS to Digital Commons, we have decided that with this agreement that we would keep all the content if CIL editors decided to move off of our platform and away from our hosting service, that we would actually keep the back content here at Portland State. And so that was a lot of discussions that we had with the editors, but we just felt that we just really felt that the having and maintaining the archives was really important for us.
If Chris doesn't say this, I will. I think too that for the editors and the team behind CIL, the journal, our partnership is with Portland State. We very much feel confidence in that partnership. We've been working with them now for a few years with Karen and her team, and it has worked out brilliantly for us and can't imagine having better partners.
You're here.
Thank you. We've enjoyed working with you.
Chris, there's a call to arms on here. Do you see this?
I do not.
It says university presses in partnership with library publishing units would be natural partners in forming a consortium to publish a robust list of scholarly journals that compete with the products of commercial publishers. I know that we belong to a couple of relatively informal publishing groups that we get some emails and such from.
Yeah, I think definitely another hour-long conversation we could have.
There is a question, and maybe Chris and Stu could take this. They want to ask about what the role, if any, do you think large public research libraries might be able to play in publishing or hosting OA journals?
Good question. I mean, we did not have the capacity at the University at Buffalo, which is a large public research university institution, to host or to support CIL once we first got started. I think that would have been our default option. It has to do with, I guess it all comes down to available resources, and that's going to be an even greater challenge moving forward for obvious reasons.
I'll say too, we investigated it at the time for using University of Oklahoma, but the migration itself was going to cost money to manage to do that. And I think it speaks volumes about Portland State and their commitment to the world of open access and open access publishing, that they assumed that responsibility and took that on themselves. And you know, for a journal like ours, where there really is no budget to speak of, that was huge for us.
Yeah, for those, I'm sorry, Karen, I just want to say this to kind of, for those who have not yet explored PDX Scholar, please do so. It is a remarkably excellent platform.
And I did also want to say, from Portland State perspective in taking on journals, we saw it as part of a priority. So the digital initiatives unit that I am head of did not actually exist until I was hired on. And with the expansion of what we've been doing with our journal publishing, I've also been able to expand my unit as a group. So I now have 5 people that work within digital initiatives, and that is journal publishing, conference hosting, all of that is part of what we do and what we see as really important. So as both Stu and Chris said, it really is based on resources as well as priorities. If it was just me, there's no way I could have done this alone, and there's no way I could continue to do this alone. And so it really, we at Portland State Library really saw it as a service that we could offer to publishers and journal publishers who were really wanting to be able to provide open access to their materials, but didn't have the capacity or bandwidth to be able to offer or to handle the technology as well as the back-end support side. There's a question about if you were aware of any situations with the migration from the old platform to the new, particularly with the lack of truly persistent DOIs, and if that created any problems for the authors. I'm not aware of any. I don't know if Chris or Stu, you were.
I can't think of any instances where that caused a problem. It was, with CIL being our journal baby, we were very sensitive about the potential for that happening, but fortunately it didn't cause any issues, at least none that I'm aware of.
None that I can recall. And certainly the proliferation of the new DOIs are the prominent ones. They're out there, people have easy access to them, and they're working beautifully now. So no, I'm not aware of any issues that we had with the old ones.
I was curious to know about the communication that you provided to the authors before you migrated. off of OJS. Did you communicate with authors that had already published, or what did you as a journal do to prepare to allow authors to know about this process?
So Stu, I can do this one if you like. So we do things in a staged way with CIL. So we have an editorial board, and we also have a broader pool of manuscript reviewers. Whenever there is discussion about a big move like this, it always starts with our board. We received overwhelming support from them to move forward. And then we actually had to send out batch communications to our authors. We had to do it in batches because one of the problems we were having with our server host is batch email messages were being blocked as potential spam.
It looks like our time is just about up.
Yes, and I want to thank Karen, Christopher, and Stuart for a wonderful presentation. It was very enlightening. Platform migrations are always a challenge, and the importance of open access publishing and these platforms and the awareness of your approach is just fantastic. It was very informative. Thank you so very much.
No,
I also want to thank, oh, you're welcome. Thank you for doing this, yes. I want to thank everyone for attending this NASIG 2020 session. The recording will be posted on our YouTube channel in the coming weeks, and the speakers will be monitoring the NASIG forum through June 2020 for any questions not covered during the session. Please join us again in approximately 10 minutes for our next session. How do we ensure read institutions can still contribute to a publish-oriented OA ecosystem? Thank you again, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Welcome to the next session on the NASIG schedule on READ institutions. I am joined by a number of co-panelists. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And if you can indicate, maybe my co-panelists can indicate if they can see my screen, that would be great. We are going to, give me 1 second. We're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves and then do a quick 5 minutes or so on the perspective around read institutions from our organizations, and then hope to open it up to a Q&A with the audience. So focusing on your questions and discussion rather than more talking at you. I'm really happy to be joined by my co-panelists, Jill from Lyrasis, Jason from Skelk, Courtney from Colgate, and Lev at Santa Clara. I'm Sarah Ruhi, I'm at PLOS. And with that, I will turn it over to Jill on general thoughts and the consortia take on read institutions.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I hope everyone can hear me. All these technologies, we're becoming more and more used to them, but something inevitably goes wrong. So let me know if you can't hear me. As Sarah indicated, I'm very pleased to be here today with my colleagues. My name is Jill Grogg, and I'm a strategist with the Content and Scholarly Communication Initiatives team at Lyrasis, which is a consortium mostly focused in the United States and Canada, but with some institutions around the world. We're primarily an academic consortium, but we do have galleries, archives, and museums as members as well. So that's who I am. And I'm going to kick us off today with some general thoughts about how consortia, oh, Sarah, I think I'm...
Oh, sorry. This is what happens when you're sharing your screen. How about that?
Okay.
There we go.
That's okay. No problem whatsoever. So I'm going to kick us off here with some general thoughts about consortia, and in specific how Lyrasis has begun to approach this dichotomy between read and publish institutions. So what we're working with here is the difference between homogeneous and heterogeneous groups, and there's challenges and opportunities there. We talk about various stakeholder groups in the scholarly communication publishing system, such as libraries, publishers, authors, funders, and so forth. And it's really helpful to think about distinguishing libraries as research intensive, which would be what we're calling publish institutions, versus libraries at teaching focused, or what we would think of as read institutions. These are two separate stakeholder communities in the conversation about open access. And right now, all higher ed institutions fund the portions of the scholarly communication system that are meaningful and useful for their communities now. In other words, whether you're a publisher or a read institution, you're funneling money into the scholarly communication and publishing ecosystems. Some fund the salaries of researchers and authors to create scholarly works. Others fund publishers to help produce and distribute the content in ways that make it accessible to their communities. But the common thread here is that libraries of all types of institutions now support some part of the enterprise of getting this content to their users because that content is valuable to them. If one stakeholder group withdraws its funds, everyone ultimately is damaged in this. So the concept of shared funding across multiple stakeholder communities really needs to remain intact in order to fund the creation of content that supports research and education. And all stakeholders contribute because right now, again, they derive benefit, and that ultimate reality shouldn't change. An OA model shouldn't just assume that only those who publish will bear the cost of publication, because in reality, that's a divisive approach. So then we have the challenge of how do we find commonalities across these stakeholders for an open access landscape. Many of us are part of big deal groups with different consortia, overlapping consortia in the United States, and certainly at Lyrasis, our groups for our big deals with different publishers are very heterogeneous. So we have everybody from smaller community colleges or very teaching intensive institutions all the way up to ARLs who are high publish or research intensive. So we're struggling with how to reach transformative agreements or find commonalities across those while maintaining the approach of the group, because there is power in the group. That's why we all banded together to begin with, so that we could have more leverage. So just some general thoughts there. I don't want to take up too much time here about consortia. Jason is going to be providing some more specifics about some things they're doing at Skelk that I think are very interesting and useful as well. But before I turn off my microphone and turn it over to Jason, I did want to talk very briefly about something that we did this spring in January through March, right before COVID-19 hit the United States in a very real way, Lyrasis had created and released an open content survey. And it was not just about open access, but we broadened it out to think about open content in three main categories: open access scholarship, open data, and open educational resources. And that white paper with the analysis from the survey results should be available actually within the next couple of weeks. So you're getting the very first preview of the data and analysis that we found through that survey. And these are very top level results. The full survey results, again, will be in the white paper. One thing we found is that there are informal and formal policies in place at about 40 to 50% of the institutions who responded across our membership. But there's great variance in where these policies lie and how they are currently adhering to said policies. So that kind of scattershot approach can often create confusion within libraries about who's responsible for what, etc. And we talk some about that in the open content survey report. The other thing that isn't surprising, but it's great to have the data to really talk about it in a meaningful way, is that particularly in the United States, no uniform financial model has emerged for open access scholarship. Less than 40% of the respondents actually have an article processing charge or APC fund right now. Some of them did have them and they've disbanded it. So there's a wide variance in ways that people are implementing and funding open access at their institutions, as well as open data and open educational resources, which is outside the scope of what we're talking about here. And then finally, one thing that emerged very strongly across all three categories is that libraries are very comfortable advocating for open content, that there's a lot of energy right now in talking about open access scholarship with various communities on campus, less so with open data, but certainly more so with open educational resources. So please keep your eye out for that open content survey report, as I think it applies very directly to some of the things we're talking about today. It also really underlies the notion that none of us are in this alone. So if you feel like your institution is not very far along in either one of these three categories, or you're not quite sure whether you have formal or informal policies, what this open content survey report really exhibits is that I think we're all in the same boat at this point, just trying to figure out this new paradigm. So I think that's me, and I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
And just to comment, Jill, on that, I believe you guys are doing a webinar providing an update on this report. Is that correct?
We don't have one scheduled yet because we're still waiting for the graphic designers to get the report really nice. But yes, we will have a suite of webinars and other. We did an accessibility report last year and we presented at various conferences and then had various webinars. Great. So yes, we don't have it scheduled yet.
To see that. That's great. Thank you, Jason.
All right, my name is Jason Price. I'm Director of Licensing Services at SCELC. We are a consortium of libraries serving small to mid-sized institutions. Our group is mostly a read institution and represents 1 to 2/3 of the traditional big deal spend by California institutions in these three major publishers' content. This is not a problem in and of itself, as SCELC represents the majority of the institutions, most of which are getting good value for their subscription dollars. Next. The issue is that these read institutions author very approximately only about 15 to 20% of the articles published by California authors in those publishers' journals. Next. So our institutions are currently paying 2 to 3 times more to read than they would pay in a fully transformed pay to publish world. Next. Can we expect the rest of California, and particularly the publish focused institutions and their authors, to instantly fund this read to publish funding gap? Surely not, if they're to come anywhere close to their cost neutral objectives. So this is certainly not a surprise. yeah, there you go. This is certainly not a surprise to big deal publishers, but it was news to us. Read institutions have a lot of skin in the game. So significantly more open publishing from the pay to publish model poses a major threat to the huge portion of the big deal publisher revenue. So, no, still same slide. So looming budget cuts notwithstanding, Read libraries and Read consortia have a choice. They can choose to go it alone, leveraging the decreasing value of their current Read subscriptions to lower their own costs as much as possible and as fast as possible, or they can partner with published institutions and consortia to support the transition to the pay to publish model. I believe that there is a collaborative imperative. We need to work together to find a way to transition the current system to avoid disintermediation of libraries and consortia by working together. If we don't find a way and instead allow or even cause the system to implode, our role as stewards will come to an end. We will cede our financial influence to individual authors who will not be able to negotiate as a group to control costs, nor seek to manage the system for the good of the many, as libraries have in the past. So next slide. What do our libraries want us to do? Well, this one half want us to prioritize immediate savings, and the other half wants us to prioritize statewide collaboration and coalitions. Rather than throw up our hands in this and give up, we are actually hoping to be able to do both. This data is from a much broader survey and study by Paige Mann that she did as part of her Open, Just, and Sustainable project. She took an action research approach focusing on Skelk libraries, but her results and recommendations strike me as broadly applicable to libraries and consortia struggling with these issues. So I highly recommend that you read them. Next. So what is Skelk doing? Within our community, we're facilitating ongoing discussions that surface disagreement, bringing scholarly communications and collections librarians together to share their perspectives, and libraries from across the spectrum of views, creating surveys meant to expose our differences, and pursuing unity in the midst of these differences and disagreements. Second, we are reconsidering and renegotiating many of our deals to avoid standard multi-year agreements, for flat renewals and in case-by-case cost reductions, to preserve current subscriptions in an effort to maintain a pathway to this transition. We're also angling for cost savings and open access support through collaborative renewals. Third, in a board-led and library-led effort, we're updating our mission, vision, and values and our strategic plan to reflect the shift toward collaboration and scholarly communication that is emerging within Skelk and necessary for the future. Next, beyond our usual community, we are actively working with other California consortia to map out complementary transformative renewals. Second, we're working with other read-leading consortia to develop solutions. And third, last but not least, we're evaluating unsub and unpaywall journals, which provides open access availability and publication data that libraries need in the context of their big deals. I'm happy to talk more about any of these actions during the Q&A. Thanks.
Thanks, Jason. Hi, everyone. This is Sarah Ruhi. I am the Director of Strategic Initiatives at PLOS. I'm going to walk you very quickly through how PLOS is thinking about partnerships with libraries, particularly with so-called read institutions. So the question often comes up, why PLOS and libraries? And the answers are sort of the three buckets we find here. The first is on a sort of philosophical level, PLOS is very concerned that APCs may become the one-stop final business model around open access, particularly in light of the rush around Plan S. It works for some people. It's a model that is useful for some, but not for everyone. And we think it's important that as Plan S rolls out, there be a diversity of business models for OA and not just the author pays models. We're also very cognizant that native OA publishers could be at risk as a function of how this transition happens, depending on how transformative deals are negotiated. And if we want to partner with libraries, we need to be at the table as libraries are exploring these renegotiations, potential cancellations, or cost neutral agreements through transformative agreements. And working with libraries, I think, just makes sense given the natural mission alignment around OA. And we have been overwhelmed by the feedback from libraries globally around the imperative to shift funds from subscription to open access, open science resources. So that's been really heartening. Within PLOS, we're really looking at these four major models as we evolve with our library partners. They sort of go from most traditional and exclusive to most transformative and inclusive as you kind of go up the stairs. Our collective action model is the really new thing that we're currently discussing with libraries globally, and I can get into more detail in the Q&A around this. But as you sort of go up the stairs, the possibilities for read institutions to engage in a meaningful way that brings benefit to their readers and authors increases. So that's an important component of how we're thinking about these models. In terms of what read means, I think it's an important question to discuss, and probably will come up more in the Q&A. Certainly, Lyrasis, SCELC, other consortia that I work with are very aware that they have 100% teaching institutions that don't do research themselves, but certainly are looking at research as they teach. You certainly also have institutions that are engaging in research, but are primarily co-authoring. So when you look at the traditional business models around sort of subscription pricing, that tends to be based on lead or corresponding author affiliations. But co-authoring is an equally valuable contribution, and those institutions might be considered read. And then additionally, you have a whole set of institutions that have no current publishing history with a publisher like PLOS, for example, but always have the potential to publish, particularly as business models become more inclusive and the idea of author paying is no longer the sole way to participate in the ecosystem with a publisher like PLOS or other native OA publishers. So as we think through models, we're trying to evolve this definition of read, particularly with our collective action model, to throw the net wider in terms of institutions that can participate without necessarily getting away from the fact that every institution needs to deliver actual benefit to their patrons in one way or another. So anyway, there's much more to unpack here, but with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lev.
Thank you, Sarah. So my name is Lev. I'm the Associate University Librarian for Collections and Scholarly Communication at Santa Clara University, which is a mid-sized Jesuit school located in Silicon Valley. We have a few graduate schools, but the College of Arts and Sciences is really the heart of the institution. We do produce research, but I think teaching is really the focus. Our faculty engage in great work, and our students often get to play a role in their research, but we are by no means an R1. And our size means that we just don't have the pull of a state system. So we often work through consortia. We're members of SCELC and also associations like the Association of Jesuit Colleges and Universities. We are committed to transforming the system of scholarly communication. We see it as an expression of Jesuit values, so increasing access to education and to social justice. I was actually brought into my current role specifically to increase engagement around open access. So how do we do that? In addition to funding and staffing an institutional repository, we direct 0.5% of our acquisitions budget to supporting transformative open access initiatives. That's not much, but we see it as a start. And so next slide, Sarah, thanks. So this has been easier in some areas than in others. There are a number of open access monograph initiatives around the country, and we've been fortunate to be able to support them. For example, we're members of Lever Press. For those who don't know, Lever Press is an open access press that charges no fees to authors. I think they call it platinum open access. It's funded and governed entirely by its member institutions. It's committed to the mission of liberal arts colleges, and it's built from the ground up to be a digital first press. It's running on the University of Michigan's Fulcrum platform. And the initial roster of books really showcases the press's editorial themes, things like creative dialogue between traditional fields of inquiry, an emphasis on disciplinary innovation and transformation, engagement with issues of social and civic importance, and transcending the divisions between research and teaching. So in some ways, it's a press that's a bit more open to the mission of read institutions than publish institutions. Okay, so that's Lever. We also put some of this money towards supporting the UC Press's open access imprint called Luminos, and of course, Knowledge Unlatched. So frankly, it's not hard to find open access monograph projects to support. That hasn't really been our challenge. Models for serials are harder. Just this last year, we were invited to join 7 other institutions to sponsor a journal that wanted to flip to open access. In that case, it was a Jesuit Studies journal published by Brill, and we chose to chip in because it aligned well with our school's history and because we wanted to set a tone for our faculty to demonstrate that they could come to the library as a funding partner, and we would make these kinds of long-term commitments. We also joined Annual Review's Subscribe to Open campaign. We're really willing to put our money behind these kinds of library-sponsored open access projects, but the numbers are small. You flip one journal, or with Annual Reviews, I think the pilot was just 5 titles. What we haven't done so far is pour money into APC deposit accounts. We've been reluctant to use our OA money in this way, in large part because of concerns that article processing charges might entrench gaps in publishing between rich and poor countries. And what we found is that beyond APCs, there aren't very many models for funding open access journals. So I'm very curious to hear more about PLOS's new model. That's all for me. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Courtney.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Courtney Young, the University Librarian at Colgate University. Just going to speak very briefly because I know that we're all looking forward to having a conversation with you all about this topic and not just talking at you. So Colgate is a small liberal arts university, but in many ways, kind of with regards to particularly our faculty and those processes, we were very much reflect what you think of as very sort of traditional institutions. So despite the fact that we have, for the most part, you know, are educating undergraduate students with an education program that has less than 10 students in it, the focus, of course, is very much on teaching and opportunities for independent study and one-on-one research with students. But the expectations around tenure and promotion are as you would expect at, for example, an R1 institution. And then, of course, you have to have support for that type of research and scholarship. So this means in many ways that we tend to be a pretty heavy read institution. But there are some things that institutionally being supported. So for example, for faculty for APCs through our Faculty Research Council, we're starting to have emerging conversations around digital scholarship through our Faculty Affairs Committee. We're fortunate to have a librarian who serves on that committee and can help to bring some perspective with regards to digital scholarship and also advance some things around the university's kind of landscape for open access and open data. But also thinking about this and thinking about the kinds of things that are kind of on the horizon. You know, we really want to start to think through this type of support we as the library can and should provide for our faculty and students. One of those pieces is related to an institutional repository and what potential it has to support what our faculty and undergraduates who are producing some really great research and scholarship can do, but also thinking about how we can use partnerships similar to the ones that you've already heard about to allow us to advance our work in this area and contribute more fully. In addition to Colgate being part of the Oberlin group of libraries within the state of New York, we're also a part of the New York Six, which includes 5 other liberal arts institutions that are here in the upstate of New York. And so thinking about what is the possibility for us to build a consortium together that helps to support that work. Another piece is related to how our peer institutions, similar institutions, could sort of work together and kind of explore things through something such as the MIT framework for publisher contracts, and how that consortial model would look for us and allow us to you know, reorganize, really focus on things in our institutions that will make a lot of sense to add to this conversation. the important piece around all of these things for me, as I'm having these conversations and thinking through these things, is really related to how do we really build those partnerships when you don't have a lyricist in place doing that, or a SCELC maybe in place doing that, and sort of really emphasizing that we can have a role to really help support reducing barriers for faculty to getting their research into places where they want to get it in, and to adopt things with an open framework and really be supportive of the work that they're trying to do. So I think I'm going to leave it at that in terms of my time, and look forward to participating with my colleagues in Q&A.
Awesome. Thank you, Courtney. We are going to go ahead and hopefully share our videos. I'm not sure if we can yet. Nope, I guess we can't. But with that, we can drop into the Q&A, and as well as the questions that we have kind of thought through. Sorry, I'm just trying to jump. Here we go. So I am not sure if I can see the Q&A yet. No. I'm sure the hosts are sorting that out.
I can jump in and read the questions for you if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. So the first one is, Sarah, can you share more about the collective action funding models that you referred to earlier?
Sure. Let me do that last, because it could just take a bit of time.
Okay.
I'd rather let my library colleagues speak to some of what they're doing before kind of getting into that. But I will absolutely do it before we sign off.
All right, then I will go on to the next question. At Santa Clara University, have you considered some of the cost-neutral read and publish deals on offer from independent society publishers, such as Company of Biologists, IWA Publishing, Microbiology Society, and Portland Press? Or are the subject areas in which they publish not relevant to your faculty and students?
It's a great question. One of the we haven't specifically looked at those yet, but one of the areas I do really want to move into is supporting learned societies and associations. So I've actually been talking with Jason and SCELC about how we can move more in that direction. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and certainly for our faculty, I think it would be relevant.
This is Jill. Lyrasis is the North American Administrative Agent and Outreach Ally for Knowledge Unlatched, and unless I'm forgetting acronyms, I think IWA, is that the something Water Association Publishing? If it is, I think they're now working with Knowledge Unlatched as well. So just another way to do kind of crowdfunding with that type of open access model.
Great. Looks like, Lev, what was the Brill 5-year project? They did not catch that.
Yeah, I'll pull up the title. I don't have it in memory right now. I'll pull it up and share it in the chat.
Okay. And then, so Santa Clara, do you publicize your 0.5% collections budget investment in OA? And have you developed criteria for evaluating potential investments in OA platforms?
We definitely talk a lot about it on campus. It's not something I don't think we've really started to put out sort of a marketing footprint beyond the campus. So we report on how we spend that money every year at our State of the Library presentation to administration and faculty. But beyond that, we haven't started. In terms of evaluating, no, it's early days. It's only been a couple of years that we've been doing this. So I think assessment is a huge commitment and value for us. So it's an important area that we need to start looking at. We're in the middle of a lot of, we started these 5-year commitments with a few different projects probably 2 years ago.
Great. The next is, can anyone talk a little more about equity and how to balance support for academics at historically underprivileged and underfunded institutions?
I'm happy to jump in on that. Most publishers have some sort of waiver program when you're talking about business models that require authors to manage the payment method. One of the reasons PLOS wants to have more options than just APCs as a model is, that process takes time. Some people can feel like it's asking for a handout. It's a way of highlighting difference that's not ideal. our current waiver program either takes into account the country where you're receiving funding from, or just making a case personally that you don't have the funds. We then try to either waive the fee or some percentage of the fee. And we spend a fair amount of money a year doing that. Other publishers, it's my understanding this is a pretty standard practice. And certainly if your authors aren't aware of those opportunities, we can share more information about that. So authors know, but ideally we get to a point where more libraries are engaging in agreements with publishers like PLOS, so that component just goes away for their authors. That said, if you're an underfunded institution, we should talk about that as well.
I think it also highlights the importance of really needing to make sure that that's sort of built into what these publishers and what these institutions are doing. And right now we're very much in a moment where I think people expect and demand there to be that type of equity and opportunity for access. It doesn't just affect the institution, it also affects those who are able to get access to it as well, in a very diverse way. I mean, I think about right now, we were supposed to all be in Spokane right now having this, but COVID-19, we're all sort of here with you virtually, which is fantastic. But I really feel that like within this moment, it really adds a lens. And I think we're adding more lenses as sort of this spring and summer go on, that really kind of change the way that we look at consider all of these things. So for example, I mentioned sort of that MIT framework for publisher contracts. There potentially could be something that really is built in that speaks to that component with regards to diversity and inclusion as well.
A number of our Scout libraries have expressed concern about APC-driven models, and I think I agree with them and have kind of internalized that somewhat, and that's part of what makes me think that to the extent there has to be or there will be some level of APC-driven future to the business model of OA, it's important for libraries to maintain their influence, because if we go to just individual market-driven, then we don't have influence over things, and issues of equity, diversity, and inclusion are not things that we can try to support with those funds. So, as much as to some degree that is more about, it does maintain the status quo a little bit more to keep big deals going and invest in them that way. I haven't heard really good arguments that say we'll be better off if it's just all one individual driven. I think libraries need to stay in this, and to do that, and in order to support addressing those issues well. And that's part of what we want to try to do and have been asked to do as we negotiate our transformative agreements with major publishers.
I would just echo that, and something Jason and I had talked about is really providing a space when we have these conversations about how to include all the different stakeholders, read and publish, that there's room here for disagreement, a respectful disagreement, but to open up that conversation that we're not going to all agree on how to do this, but to do it together is going to be much more impactful and powerful than to go it alone. So I think understanding that this is a difficult conversation. I certainly don't. Lyricist certainly doesn't have all the answers. I'd hazard a guess that Skelk doesn't have all the answers yet either. But just beginning to have these conversations, but doing it together is really critical.
One of the questions that Jennifer is raising is if we try to make the case for APC funding with the dollars saved via big deal cancellations, admins may be tempted to sweep lines rather than refocus them. And Jennifer, I'm not super clear on that last part, so if you wouldn't mind typing in a clarification, I would like to riff on that with the speakers while you issue that clarification. Is there discussion amongst your institutions, whether within your own institution or consortia, about committing to repurposing saved funds to OA-driven efforts? Lev, you mentioned that it is. Is there a more concerted effort around this, or is it too soon to sort of make those kinds of commitments or assertions at this point?
I think it may be a little early. Jason could probably say a bit more about some of the negotiations and discussions we've been having through the consortium, but it's definitely something we're interested in. You know, when I look at this fraction of a % that we're spending on OA, and then, you know, for us, millions of dollars we're spending on all these big deals, it just seems like we ought to be able to pivot some of that money. And it almost feels like a failure of imagination to say, look, if we stop doing it the way we're doing it now, everything's going to fall apart and publishers, we're not going to be able to fund scholarly communication. That doesn't seem likely. We need to be able to imagine a different kind of future here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think we would hope to do both. We would hope to, you know, reduce costs and see those savings invested in, you know, open access support that institutions can support, even though they are going to act selfishly to some extent, our institution, and as well taking some of the money that is the money that continues to be invested in big deals and make sure that they are actually supporting real open access, progress in open access. One example that we've been thinking about, I've been talking about a lot, but you know, it's hard to make happen, although some of the deals are doing this, is to make sure that publisher big deals are populating our institutional repositories. There are ways to automate that process. It can be part of the big deal, and then potentially provide value that is there and of value for institutions that aren't focused on publishing, but still need to get value from those funds. So I think it's both ways, but it's tough to make a commitment to do this because libraries have to do it, and then they have to do it in the broader context of their institutions. And so it's a long haul effort, but I hope that we are successful.
Well, and Jennifer, we've unmuted you, and I think your clarification is going to speak right to Jason's point. So please go ahead.
Yeah, so I was specifically speaking about, you know, a more than 10-year habit or practice that we've had to institute because no budget dollars, you know, being increased for us. And so our practice of reallocation, you know, we feel like it's a win when we can offer something new, but we also don't have the means yet, or scope or manpower, to really show how open access is impacting our usage in a large way. R5 is helping some with that, but as Lev was saying, we don't have long-term data for showing, you know, some type of meaningful analysis. And while we've been in fairly good financial position at my institution, we're now facing, you know, like everybody else, double-digit budget cuts. So to make the case for something like an APC fund or something like that now is not going to resonate with an administration that is potentially panicked.
That's, I'm sure everyone on the panel and certainly in attendance has had this conversation. I have the privilege of talking to many librarians a week, and the levels of panic differ, but you know, the concerns that you articulated are exactly the same. I wanted to riff on a couple things, Jennifer, that you brought up. So the first was kind of the quest for metrics, which I think is really interesting. PLOS is going to begin undertaking a kind of research project to understand how libraries will evaluate open access agreements, whatever they are, moving forward. Because the reality is, you know, while R5 starts to address open access usage, the reality is the majority of those counter reports are not really relevant for an institutional repository or a native OA publisher. So we're actually involved at the executive committee level to start providing feedback to counter around what makes sense. Because at the end of the day, if you're measuring the efficacy of an OA agreement by looking at how many times a user in your IP range has accessed content, that's maybe 20% of the usage from your institution, because people don't need to be within your IP range to get access, right? So there's a question of what metrics make sense, and is it, you know, do things like, I think you could make the case usage is no longer the appropriate metric. If so, what is? And so that's a research effort we're going to be undertaking in the near term, and part of that right now is a partnership with JISC, where we're doing surveys with their members around these kinds of particular questions. I'm really glad that you flagged that. Thanks. Did anyone want to jump on that?
One thing we're doing is we're working with JISC as well with the IRIS, and forgive me, I forget what that it's Institutional Repository Usage Statistics, maybe. And we're working with them to make that available in the United States as a way to gather those types of metrics for institutional repositories, or the green OA. So I think Sarah's exactly right. We need to rethink usage as the end-all be-all metric, but not throw it out completely, but just to reevaluate and reimagine how we interpret that particular metric.
Well, particularly because, the landscape cannot be all one thing or another.
Yeah.
It has to be a healthy mix of these things, because we know OA is not free. So, we have to recognize and acknowledge that some research to be presented costs a lot of money to present it. So, this sounds cynical, but if we push too hard on the open access, again, I risk an administration saying, well, you don't need as much money then, do you?
Well, I think there's an important balance there in terms
Right.
of messaging to an institution. And since we only have a couple of minutes left, if my co-panelists will allow, I was going to quickly explain the collective action model, because Jennifer, you're providing a beautiful segue for that. So I think it's a really interesting point. Like, regardless of whether you're talking to someone like PLOS or Frontiers or Hindawi, or you're talking to a commercial publisher or a subscription publisher, the question remains of what are you paying for, right? And historically, the paradigm has been you're paying to read. As you move into this publish paradigm, whatever it's called, and I think we can debate if that's the right name for it, libraries could play a really important part in supporting the costs to publish. And this is very much what PLOS was trying to do with these flat fee models, is in exchange for a flat fee that's paid annually, authors from your institution have no friction with respect to managing the payment mechanism. They slide through as if they were participating in the subscription paradigm they have now. And the library has a, defined spend that goes every year to covering that cost. So it's not a donation, and it's not paying for content that's already open. With respect to the collective action model, what we're trying to achieve with this, it's important to remember it's only for 2 journals, so PLOS Biology and PLOS Medicine. Lev, I promise I have options for you on the other 5 too, if you want to talk about that. Those 2 journals are highly selective. And as most of you know, highly selective journals tend to have very high APCs. PLOS has subsidized those 2 journals' APCs to keep them at $3,000 a pop, which is not cheap, but as compared to the $5,000, $6,000 APCs that are out there, we've done our best with that. Now, the argument in a lot of editorial spaces is that, hey, you want to have highly selective journals? The only way to do it open access is high APCs. And we just fundamentally disagree with that. And so the effort around this pilot is to say, can we fund highly selective OA journals without charging authors high APCs? And if we shift that cost to institutions, how do we do it in an equitable way that matches the benefit they get from publishing with the cost that they're paying? So what we've done super quickly, identified the cost that we need to cover for both of those journals, identify a small amount for reinvestment in those journals, cap it, and then spread that cost across as many institutions as possible in an equitable way. And the way we've chosen to do that, we're only using one determinant to figure out what tier you're in this model. And it's how often your institution has published in either PLOS Medicine or PLOS Biology in the last 5.75 years, so 2014 through Q3 of 2019. And how often you published as a corresponding author versus as a contributing author. So this is the first model that takes the contributing author value, assigns a number to it, and then uses that to select a tier. So you will have very intense, high research intensive institutions in a very low tier in this model because they have a very low publishing history. You will have other institutions you wouldn't expect to see on a higher end paying more because they publish more. Now, the goal of this is over time, we transition most likely 3 to 4 years to shifting this cost to the libraries. And then APCs then go up for these journals. And the goal isn't to get more money out of the authors. The goal is to use this as a way to say, look, your APC is now $4,000 instead of $3,000. But hey, if your library participates, their annual fee for you to pay is $2,000. So let's go talk to your library and see if we can find a way to partner such that you don't have to pay. So it's a kind of a combination of benefits and penalties so we can get the collective action component of this to work. Because the bottom line is, if not enough institutions participate, we can't make that flip. And we might have to see the argument that, yeah, high APCs are the only way, but I'm not convinced that that's the case. And I think given the feedback we've received around this model from consortia globally, the enthusiasm is there. It's the budget adjustments that we're dealing with now. But I'm happy to say that the lowest price tier for PLOS medicine is $250 annually. So it's a very, very wide range. It goes from as high as $28,000 to a massive research institution to $250 for a tiny one. So that's a very quick view, but please email me if you want a little bit more there, and I'll be quiet.
I mean, ultimately, it's another way to spread the cost of collective action. That's the goal of this. How do we spread the cost as widely as possible? It's the same issue, read versus publish in the big deals, and that shifting model there. It is about how we support the ecosystem broadly, and to make it work, we need that, and we need every different way we can come up with to try to make it happen and to move in that direction. So I think that's great. It's hard for me to think about it within Scout because I think of, you know, the huge percentage of our institutions that have never published in PLOS biology or medicine, and probably won't. Do they have a role to play, or do they not? That's another question that came up. Is, you know, what's the difference if it's an organization that just publishes a little versus doesn't publish at all? What are the benefits and how do we make that work? But we need to think hard about it if we believe that it's important for us to maintain our role as stewards. And I just really think it is. I hope that many of the rest of you listening agree.
And just to jump off of that, Jason, the way we are treating institutions with no prior publishing history in those two journals is they all just come in at the lower tiers. It doesn't matter if you are USC or you're a Santa Clara. You come in at the lowest tier, and when we do the big reevaluation at the end of the 3-year period, we re-tier everyone and rejigger the cost. And of course, if we have more institutions participate, then the cost we need, the money then goes back to all the institutions at renewal in terms of lower fees. So, you know, a lot of small institutions are treating participation in this model as insurance on the off chance that if their authors publish as co-authors in the coming years, they won't be exposed to a fee, because we anticipate there might be a time where we have to consider charging contributing authors. But right now we don't anticipate that. We'll see how the rollout goes, and more to come on that as well. And Elizabeth, I'm happy to answer you offline with respect to the questions around why APCs are higher for selective journals. I can give you a whole thing on that. Charla's got a really nice point. We as a library community need to start looking beyond counting usage of content to ascertain value and focus on return on the investment in the infrastructure that supports the publication and access of content. Charla, thank you for articulating that. Here. Adam Chesler's asking, this sounds like the tiered ACM model. Would you say the two are similar? I would say absolutely not, Adam. I'm happy to go into more depth there as well.
To Charlotte's point, and maybe to Jennifer's earlier comment, you know, I think like all of us, we're expecting deep budget cuts in the next few months, maybe in the next week. We're waiting to find out. But when those cuts come, you know, we have all kinds of tools for assessment that we're going to start to work with. I can't help thinking that those 5 journals that we've signed on with annual reviews, regardless of the usage that we see there, they're not going to be first on the chopping block, because we're aware that money we're paying into that is not just benefiting us, but benefiting the whole ecosystem. Those aren't the first ones for it to cut. Yeah. And so we haven't talked about yet this idea of like the free rider problem, but I think when we talk about moving beyond usage, there's a lot of other forces that are acting on us when we make these very kind of social or political decisions about what are we going to cut and not cut.
And of course, you know, from an institutional perspective, we're often talking about how collaboration is important. So this is a different way to sort of think about, you know, is collaboration as an institution important, participating in this and helping sort of spread the wealth so that we can all get access.
And I just realized that our slide that I made doesn't have our emails addresses on it. So maybe the panelists can go ahead and just pop our emails in the chat. So if folks want to get in touch with us to dive deeper, we can put that to everyone. And NASIG, are we at time? Or
Yep. You're just at time.
awesome.
Oh,
Well, big thanks on behalf of the panel and to everyone who attended. 400 something still on the call. Amazing. Really appreciate the opportunity and everyone joining today.
yeah.
Yes,
Thank you for the fantastic presentation and everyone attending, as well as our sponsors for helping make the online conference freely available. And then just kind of as some housekeeping, the recording will be posted to our YouTube channel in the coming weeks. And the speakers will be monitoring the NASIG forum through June 2020 for additional questions. The NASIG Code of Conduct will apply to all discussions on this forum. If you're tweeting about this session, please use the hashtag NASIG 2020 and then join us again at a quarter after, on the East Coast, it's a quarter after 1. So that goes to wherever you are for our next session. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
just wanna pull you closer in this bed, take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, let you down. Ooh, take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, let you down. Ooh, take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, let you down. Tell me, the phone. Silence. Never thought that it would go this way with you. Wanted me gone. I don't believe it, no. Just last week you called me your babe. Now you're letting go. The way you're talking is driving me insane. Hello, can we sit and talk this through for once before you cut off the show? Cause even if we're hanging by a thread, and the words you said is spinning in my head, I just wanna pull you closer in this bed, take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, Tell me, can we meet up at your place tonight, honey? I'm coming over, yeah, you know me. I would give up anything for you. You say it, you know I'll do it, yeah. I don't believe it, no. Just last week you called me your babe. Now you're letting go. The way you're talking is driving me insane. Hello, can we sit and talk this through for once before you cut off the show? Cause even if we're hanging by a thread, and the words you said is spinning in my head, I just wanna pull you closer in this bed, take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down,
Hello, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the ice cream break. We'll be starting the next session in a couple of minutes. If you did enjoy the NASIG tradition of ice cream, I'm hoping you can share your photos on Twitter at #NASIG 2020. The ice cream break, as most of us who have attended NASIG for at least 1 or 2 years know, is one of the most anticipated and looked forward to parts of the NASIG conference. There are always good sessions, but of course it's always the ice cream that keeps bringing people back. We'll be starting the next session in just a couple of minutes here.
Okay, we're going to start the next session now. Welcome to the NASIG 2020 session, Supporting Students, OER, and Textbook Affordability Initiatives at a Mid-Sized
David, you're cutting out again.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, this is Maria. I'll finish up these introductions. Let me just start over again right quick so that David can get his audio back set. Welcome to the NASIG 2020 session, Supporting Students, OER and Textbook Affordability Initiatives at the Mid-Sized University, presented by Jennifer L. Pate from University of North Alabama. Please refer to SCED for a complete biography of the speaker. We'll be using the Zoom Q&A for questions during the session. Afterwards, please also participate in our online discussion forum, which can be located at the NASIG website with additional questions or comments about this session. NASIG's Code of Conduct applies to all discussions and presentations. The links to the forum and Code of Conduct are available on the NASIG website. Please tweet about this session using the hashtag NASIG 2020. We would like to thank the NASIG sponsors for helping us make our online experience freely available. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Can you hear me fine? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. And see my screen good?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Just a little background. As I said, I'm Jennifer Pate, and I'm a scholarly communications and instructional services librarian at the University of North Alabama. I have been at UNA. This August will be 3 years, and I was hired initially to start the institutional repository on the campus, to build campus support for that. But I wear quite a few different hats there. I'm also an instruction librarian. I do first year instruction. I also am a liaison to the Department of Foreign Languages and the Department of English, and I do instruction for them. I'm also the touch person for copyright and fair use questions, and of course, OER. I wear a lot of different hats because we are a mid-sized university. We are located in the northwest corner of Alabama, and we are an M1 university, and we're hoping that COVID notwithstanding, that's going to change in the coming year. We're hoping to launch our first 2 doctoral programs in the coming academic year. But right now we're an M1 university, and we have we just hit 8,000 students this past fall. We were very, very excited about that. So we are on the smaller side of the mid-sized university. So I want to give you some background about the Textbook Affordability Initiative and OER at UNA. Back in 2018, the Alabama Commission on Higher Education, which has what I think is one of the best acronyms in the world, AIC, and the Alabama Community College System got together and decided that they wanted to start a statewide OER initiative, similar to the one that our next door neighbor, Affordable Learning Georgia, had started. And so to that end, they invited Affordable Learning Georgia folks over to kind of teach them at the administrative level. And then they held a series of workshops throughout the state. When they came to the northwest corner of Alabama, I wasn't able to go to that workshop, but some of the other library faculty and some of our university admin did go to the workshop, and they came back kind of really excited about OER. And I was excited that they were excited about OER because, again, that was part of my role and my duties within the library. One of the things the administration prompted us to do at the university level was to apply for one of the grants that AIC and ACCS had, and I partnered with some folks from the College of Education on a grant for a high enrollment course. We were successful in getting that grant, and they rolled out some OER. They did traditional textbook in the fall and OER textbook in the spring, and then they assessed student retention, student outcomes, and students' perception of the learning materials with that OER. And of course, OER, I say of course because I'm a fan of OER, but of course, the OER had across the board better numbers than the traditional textbook in the fall. The provost also asked our head of educational tech services, and that's his name is John, and John runs our Canvas platform, and he also supervises our instructional designers and a cataloging librarian if they would kind of kick off an OER initiative on campus. And they came to me and asked me if I would help them with this. And so the 3 of us sort of formed an ad hoc working group on campus to try to generate some interest in OER. And Collier Library was kind of in flux at the time. We had 2 different interim librarians with administrative changes. And the second interim librarian came in and really wanted to enhance our course reserves and our e-reserves program to support faculty teaching goals and to save students money. So that's the whole overview of the program. But kind of on a granular level, this all happened very, very quickly. So this is kind of the timeline of how it happened. So July 2018, that informal working group sort of got cobbled together. And the first thing we needed to do was do a faculty assessment. We needed to see what people knew about OER and where we needed to, what we needed to do to kind of advance the idea of OER on campus. One of the things the administration did is they actually explicitly wrote OER into the campus strategic plan. It's called Roaring with Excellence because at UNA we are the lion, so everything usually has a lion connotation. And Roaring with Excellence, the 2019 to 2024 plan has an aspirational goal of having OER adoption in 50% of the academic programs on campus. So we really needed to know what our baseline was so we could assess that 50% goal. In August of this past year, our interim librarian actually became our permanent university librarian, and he kind of revised the textbook affordability initiative that he had started and enhanced it in a lot of ways, and I'll talk about that in more detail. In December of this past year, our working group was formalized. The president of our university, who is not just a fan of OER, but actually teaches a course at the university in political science, and he uses all OER in his course. He sent a memorandum to shared governance with specific charges and duties for our working group. And kind of we changed the makeup of the group. The other librarian rolled off the group. I stayed on and John, the ETS director, stayed on. But we added 4 other members. We added a tenured faculty member. We added a non-tenure track instructional faculty member. We added a student engagement staff person who works with our food pantry and our at-risk students. And we also added an undergraduate student who is pretty typical of the students who are on our campus. He does not live on campus. He lives at home over in Muscle Shoals across the bridge. And he works and he is very, very interested in promoting the idea of OER because textbook costs and tuition costs are very high. And then I'll talk a little bit later about our stipend program. We call it a stipend program because that's the language that has been used for other similar programs on campus. Other places usually call it a grant program. It's basically the same thing. We just use the term stipend because that's the terms that our campus used. That kicked off last month, and I'll talk in more detail about that as we go through the presentation. So usually in academia, things move very, very, very slow. This moved very, very, very fast and a lot of moving pieces with it. But it's important. And why is it important? Well, it's important because if we want to make higher education really equitable, we have to do something about rising textbook costs. Most of you probably know that textbook costs have outpaced inflation by a significant amount. You can see from the numbers here, the 88% of inflation from 2006 to 2016, over 1,000% inflation since 1977 in the cost of textbooks. But the number that's really stark for me, and this comes from the Florida survey of student textbook and course materials. And to me, reading that is kind of like reading a horror novel because it's just so kind of stark and depressing. Is 64% of students are not purchasing the required textbooks for their classes. And when that happens, you know, there's correlations with that. There are lower grades, there's lower retention, there's lower graduation rates. You know, if they don't have the textbook to learn the material, it is going to have this snowball effect and affect so many different things for that student. And, you know, they're making stark choices between purchasing a textbook and, purchasing food for the month. And that's just not something that should happen. And it's not getting any better. We're still going up at almost 5% per year. And then we have to contend with the inclusive access products. These are complicated and problematic. They have co-opted a lot of the language of open education resources, and they sound like a really good deal, right? Day one access for students, all of your tests and your worksheets and, lesson planning, it's all packaged in there and for one low price. And a lot of times that price is cheaper than a textbook if they buy the textbook brand new. But as we know, most students will shop around for the best textbook price, or they could even use the course reserve of the textbook if we have it. They can also sell the textbook back at the end of the semester and get back at least a fraction of what they paid. But none of that happens with inclusive access products at all. Students end up with zero ownership of any of the material that they've used in an inclusive access model. And this past year, Cengage and McGraw-Hill, and you can see their market shares there, 24% and 21%, they actually proposed that they would merge. And then they would have had a 45% market share, which would put them in league with Pearson, which also has a significant market share, which would have made it basically a duopoly, and they could have set whatever prices they wanted. And it was a bad thing, and it failed. And I'm glad. So what are we going to do about it? How are we going to make this stuff equitable? I want to talk first about Collier Library, and that's a picture of Collier Library right there, and what they're doing, what we're doing, really, I don't work there anymore. No, I do. What we're doing with the Textbook Affordability Initiative. There are three components to the Textbook Affordability Initiative. Course reserves is the first one that I'm going to talk about, and that's generally for high enrollment courses with high cost materials. There's e-resources, which is strategic journal, ebook, and database purchases. And then there's supporting OER, which is working with our faculty to help them discover OER, and also working with me and supporting the work that I'm doing with OER and giving me the time to put on that OER hat amongst all the other hats that I wear so that I can make sure that we are promoting OER across campus. So first, let's talk about course reserves. Initially, when Derek Malone, who's our university librarian, came as the interim, he wanted to increase our course reserves, and he worked with the bookstore and got a book list from them and had Access Services check that against all of our high enrollment classes, classes with multiple sections. And those were flagged on that list provided by the bookstore. And materials that we already had on reserve were then noted. And then we tried to, as a library, purchase what we could out of the rest of the list. Textbooks, films, workbooks. That's changed in the past year. The list that was provided by the bookstore was great, but it wasn't the easiest list to use. And another facet is that we are really about embedded librarianship. So we really wanted to make sure that we were connecting with our faculty and our departments on a kind of a deeper level to support their educational goals. So one of the ways that we do that is every March and October, we work with them to get a copy of the lists that they're sending to the bookstore. This way they know that we're actively purchasing textbooks for the courses that they're offering each semester. We still check the enrollment, but in addition, liaison librarians are also reaching out to the departments to say, hey, is there something else that needs to be on reserve that maybe isn't for a high enrollment class, but has a high cost or is hard to get? And we also ask them, like, hey, do you have review copies of the textbooks, or do you have an extra copy that you would loan to us to put on the shelf that would save us money from buying it, but would also save your students money because they could come in and check it out? In each phase of the program, even when we did the bookstore book list, or when we're now that we're working directly with departments, one of the other things that liaison librarians do is they talk to their faculty and they talk to their departments and they say, please let your students know that we have these textbooks. Put it in your syllabus. Make sure that this information is getting communicated to them so that they know that if they can't afford to buy the book, we have that book for them. We have started assessing the program. We don't have any broad numbers to share yet, but we do know that assessment, we live and die by our numbers, and assessment is incredibly important for funding library materials. We need to show, how much usage, how much we are saving the students by doing this. One interesting assessment that has come out of the COVID crisis is the library, of course, shut down, as many libraries did across the United States, for students. But our university librarian would go in every day to fulfill requests from students. Our number one request was for laptops. We are, like I said, a primarily, regional, a very rural university. A lot of students don't have access to electronic technology. They would want to check out laptops for use. The second thing was course reserves. Students wanted course reserves. So that was the number 2 item that got fulfilled every single day during that brief window of no contact operation. The second part of the textbook affordability initiative is e-resources. Databases, journals, and ebooks, and streaming media. It kind of started with Visible Body. Visible Body was purchased. We thought, this will be great for biology. This will be great, for them to use in their labs in conjunction with stuff. But it actually worked really great for our nursing program and our kinesiology program as well. And for nursing in particular, it actually ended up taking the place of some course materials that would cost students money, but they could access it for free through the library databases. A newer database that we just purchased is the Slavery and Anti-Slavery database. We have a new minor at UNA, started this past year, Black Studies, and I worked with the faculty in Black Studies. And we had the option to do a trial or to purchase. And what's really great about having purchased this database is that it also gives us the opportunity to really work with faculty to instruct them on why it's so important that they permalink. We have a lot of faculty who still don't understand permalinking, and they will just, download something and throw it in their Canvas course shell. And we try to make sure that they know that they have to permalink, because we're going to look at the per use cost of our databases. And so, we need to emphasize that if you are using this in your courses, if you are leveraging this material as a teaching tool, to save your students money, we need to know that, so that we know that it's being used and we don't cancel it, because we do not have unlimited funds. I don't know any library that does. The newest database that we're trying to figure out how to integrate it into the curriculum is Flipster. And when I get into talking about our OER Provost stipend program, we actually have a grant or stipend application for one of our creative writing programs, and I've been working with the faculty member who is doing that to see how he can leverage some of the journals that are in Flipster for some of the creative writing exercises that he is having the students do in his course. With the journals and ebooks, it started with SP202, and Dr. AB, who is this incredible foreign language Spanish instructor at our university, came to me and she said, I have a problem, Jennifer. The book that I use for 202, which it's a intermediate Spanish with a literature component, it's gone out of print. What can I do? So we sat down and we looked at the literature pieces, the short stories and the poems that she wanted to use. And we decided to apply fair use and public domain guidelines for many of those pieces, which meant purchasing that material as well. Some we had to purchase in, traditional print, but others we were able to get through our electronic, our ebook platforms. And that was great, because then she could build that course at no cost to the students, using these materials, not necessarily replicating the other book, because she did change pieces. So she wasn't replicating the book that went out of print, but it gave her that freedom to look for other poetry and short stories that she could use leveraging library resources at no cost to her students. Because of that, we have a proposal now for one of the stipends from the History 479-579, which is History of Religion in America. And this instructor came to me and said, I really want to put in a proposal for one of your stipends, but I'm not sure if I can do this. She had 3 books that she used for this course that would have cost students over $130. And she came with this proposal that includes 1 journal article, but chapters from over 20 different books. And she said, I can create this course, whole cloth from this material, but will my students have access to it? I don't want to do a proposal if this isn't going to work. So I spoke with Derek, and we worked closely with, and I cannot say enough about this, our collection development librarian, Amy Butler, has been a godsend through this whole process. She has been amazing. She checked the licenses on the 20 ebooks. Do we have them? Can we get them? Is it concurrent? Is it 1? Is it 3? How many people can use the book at one time? There were so many different facets to this. And she did a kind of comprehensive analysis of that and came back, and we said, yeah, this is doable. So Dr. Quiros, who teaches that class, put in a proposal for a stipend, which is under review right now. And the third part is streaming media. The ASL 101, 102, those are sign language classes, and EN 391 is a film authors class. Those classes used films that were on reserve. The film authors class, the instructor would actually take them and show them in class and discuss them in class. The ASL was an assignment for students once they got home, check out one of the movies, watch it, write a reflection piece on it. That was affected by the closure and by COVID. And one of the things that we had to do was quickly try to get these integrated, what was available into our streaming services, so that students were not required to go out and pay money to access a platform that it might be available on, whether it was Amazon or Netflix or Hulu, or to rent it from a platform like Apple or YouTube or Amazon Prime. So we leveraged our streaming media licenses so that we could get those. The SP 652 and Foreign Languages FL 101, that's an introduction to global studies. And the SP is a graduate course in Latin American literature. The instructor came to us, and a lot of foreign language films, very hard for students to find. We were able to purchase some through our streaming services so that students would not have to go out and rent or buy those movies. And they also wouldn't have to come into the library to get them. Some of the films we do have on the shelf, the rest we got through streaming services. The third part of the textbook affordability initiative was supporting OER. And so I'm just going to go right into the campus OER initiative because, that's what they're doing. They're supporting OER by supporting the work that I am doing. So the first thing, like I said, we did a faculty survey, a climate survey. What do they know about OER? What do faculty think about OER? And these were our key takeaways. These 4 takeaways was that on campus, there's a lack of or limited awareness of OER. The second part is that faculty are aware. They're very aware of what the cost of course materials are for their students, and they're concerned about it. And that's great, but they're unsure about how to find that OER. And they also don't know how to evaluate OER. Like they are just like, help me find it. Is this going to be good? Is it usable? What's a Creative Commons license? I don't know how any of that stuff works. At the time, we did have some faculty who indicated that they used OER in their classes, but it was very, very limited. So we needed to attack first with raising awareness of OER, what it is, how to find it, how to evaluate it. So we invested in some workshops and some education. One of the first things that we did is I had met Will Cross. He works at North Carolina State University at a conference, and I had talked to him about potentially coming to campus to talk to our faculty about OER. And he was like, absolutely, I'll come. We had standing room only for his 2 days of presentation. The first day, he did just like an hour-long presentation to faculty. He did it once in the morning and once in the afternoon so that we could work with multiple faculty schedules. The second day, he did a 3-hour workshop for our faculty on how to find and use OER. We had standing room only. It was the reception from that was amazing. I have found that when you bring somebody to campus, faculty tend to be more interested. I think the correlation is they feel like if it's worth it for you to pay for somebody to come to campus, it's worth it for them to go. I could have had the same workshops. I don't think I would have gotten the same attendance. We also applied for and were successful at getting the ACRL ScalComm Roadshow, which actually brought Will Cross back to our campus because he's one of the trainers for ACRL. And all of the instructional design faculty and all of the library faculty went to the roadshow on campus, as well as librarians from across the state, from Mississippi, and from Tennessee. And it was really great. We focused it on OER, and that was fantastic. The library has also supported my continuing education because, it's like train the trainers. I've done Harvard Copyright X. I've done the Library Copyright Institute. I am currently part of Open Textbook Network's OER certificate. The provost sent the original 3 members of the working group to Open Ed this past year. And John, our ETS director, went to the Open Education Southern Symposium last year. In the future, we want to do OpenStax. We want to, we're going to apply to be part of their partnership program. We're hoping to get Kyle Courtney from Harvard down to our neck of the woods to run his Copyright First Responders program. And this summer for our faculty, especially those who are interested in our program, our stipend program, we want to have like regular Zoom hangouts for them. I also wanted to make sure that we were including students in the conversation. Having Tevin, our student member of our OER working group, be part of SGA was great because he got me on the agenda at SGA. And in October of last year, I went to SGA to talk about OER and why this stuff matters. And they were really ahead of me already. Sam Ashburn, who was the president of SGA this past year, had signed the resolution from SGA presidents across the United States opposing the McGraw-Hill Cengage merger. After my presentation, Tevin drafted a resolution which was passed unanimously in SGA to support OER on campus, and they are going to help us promote future assessment and other future awareness programs of OER across campus. And then last month, we launched our stipend program. This is a little bit of the blurb from the announcement that went out to faculty. The provost sent it out to all faculty, and it also went out in our digest announcement. And this was great. Because our announcement was actually OER that I borrowed from North Carolina State University's Textbook Affordability Initiative. I actually contacted Will Cross and said, I really like your press release. Can I borrow it? And he said, I can send you a clean copy, do what you want with it. And that's the beauty of OER is you can contact people and say, hey, I want to do this. And they say, take it, use it. It's great. So we launched our stipend program. We had been working on this the whole time while we were educating ourselves and we were educating faculty and we were educating students. This was all happening in the background the entire time. So what are the stages of the proposal? The first thing is that if faculty express interest, they have to take our Canvas course. I built a Canvas course on Introduction to OER, which answers a lot of the basic questions about OER. I built it using OER from Affordable Learning Georgia and Open Washington. Once faculty have finished that course, they can submit a proposal. It is a rolling submission. Other places do it where they have exact deadlines, but we have a rolling submission for ours, and it's only for new OER. We've already had faculty come up and say, hey, I've been using OER for years. And our provost's response to that is, Thank you. We appreciate that. But this is for new OER. Once the proposals have been submitted, the committee of 6 review them and recommend funding levels, and then the provost signs off on them. And then we have an agreement that gets signed. And this, Karen, who presented earlier today, was really great. PDX Open. She sent me some of their documentation. I've also used some from the University of Houston for the agreement. And we pay in installments. So they get a part at the beginning of the project. They'll get more when they hit milestones. So it's different for individual projects depending on the scope and the nature of the project. We currently have 5 projects that we have already funded since May. One that has already rolled out. It is a Lumen Learning product that is happening this summer. And the stipend that we gave paid for the Lumen Learning product at $25 a head for the students. And also it was half went for that and half went to the instructor for adapting. So, I mean, we've hit the ground running with this. We have 4 more projects under consideration right now that should be funded within the next week or 2. And so we're really excited about the amount of interest and activity in this program already, because stage 4, everyone wins. Students save money, faculty make money, I spend the provost money, it's great. And so that's kind of where we are right now, but where do we want to go? We want to do a little bit of assessment. We want to assess learning outcomes. We want to assess student retention and student grades and student attitudes and faculty attitudes. So there's tons of assessment that's going to be built into this. We want to have OER written into promotion and tenure guidelines. I want to develop LibGuides that have suggested OER for all of the courses that we have on campus, which is a huge undertaking. We are currently working on getting courses marked in the catalog so that our students who are consumers can make informed decisions when they choose classes. If there are 2 classes that are exactly the same, except for one has high cost course materials and one has OER, students should know that information. I would like to develop an awards program for our faculty adopters. Maybe I think it's UT, maybe Knoxville, does something with SGA and the library partners together for that. I'm working on something like that. I want to have stipends for faculty to review OER, because I think that's a really great way for faculty to get their feet wet with OER, is to review what's out there. And we want to leverage the IR to publish OER that is created on our campus. And then I want to take a nap after all of that, because I'm tired, y'all. It's a lot of work, but I think it's really, really important work. So thank you all for listening. And in my slides, they're already up on the SlideShare and they'll be in our IR later. I have linked to a bunch of resources, including my Open Ed Heroes, which is like PDX Open, University of Houston, and NCSU, some of the tutorials I used, and some of the surveys. So thank you all. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
And Jennifer, it does look like you have several questions here. Do you want me to read them out for you to address?
Sure. Do we have time for that?
I think we have until 2:05.
Okay, good. Yay.
Yeah. Okay. So this is one from Jennifer Williams. But what percentage are renting textbooks from Amazon or Chegg? I think in response to the different places people are getting textbooks.
Yeah, and that's the problem with inclusive access, is that students don't have that option. My son took a dual enrollment Spanish course this past year, and I could have gotten him a rental textbook for $25, but instead I had to pay a couple $100 for an inclusive access product, because you couldn't you couldn't, that he was doing it online and he had to have that to have the class. And it's just, yeah, I think it's kind of criminal what's happening. So yeah.
Yeah. The next one is from Greg Yorba. Were you able to increase the use of permalinks?
Yes, actually, after Will Cross came and did his workshop for OER, he talked a lot about leveraging library resources. And I think there were probably 10 or 15 faculty who were at that session maybe about 10 of people who were in that session who were just like, I never knew that. And, so I don't have hard and fast numbers on it, but yes, we absolutely increased our permalinking from that. And we're continuing to increase it as we are leveraging these resources.
Okay. The next question is from Ann Williams. How well will this work with upper level undergraduate courses and graduate doctoral programs in professional fields? Do the resources exist for these specialty courses?
Honestly, it depends. OER is, a lot of people call it an emerging field, and it kind of is in a lot of ways, which is one of the reasons why we're doing this stipend program, because we want to add to the growing body of OER that's out there. One of the projects that we funded is the creation of an OER textbook for something that doesn't currently exist. And the only alternate is a high-cost textbook. But we have, I think, 3 different programs right now that have either been funded or have proposed projects that are for graduate level courses that are using either a combination of traditional OER, which is, has the 5 R's involved in it, the retain, reuse, remix, or are leveraging textbook affordability initiatives, which is library resources, fair use guidelines, and public domain. So yeah, they're out there, but sometimes you have to dig to find them.
Right. Okay, here's another one from, let's see, James Gilbreth. Are you having to fight back against access granted textbooks on your campus, which is the antithesis of OER in my mind, or let's see, or is that what you meant by the Cengage initiatives?
No, Cengage is one of the inclusive access granted textbook programs that's out there. And yeah, we are trying to fight back against it. And the thing is they do a really great job of kind of co-opting the language of OER and selling it to faculty. Like, your students have first day access. Everything is included. It's kind of turnkey. It integrates with your Canvas system. And one of the ways we're kind of pushing back is, like this summer, the first program, the first thing that we funded through our stipend program was this Lumen product, because Lumen, it has positioned themselves in the field to be a affordable alternative to the inclusive access high dollar models that Cengage, McGraw-Hill, and Pearson have.
Okay. One more. This one, well, you got several more, but I'll read the next one. This one by Diana Keel. It's about accessibility. Have you found that OER titles meet web accessibility guidelines, work of screen readers? At my library, we cannot use any online resources that are not accessible.
Again, it depends on the resource. There is a huge push to make items accessible. Open Textbook Network, OpenStax, OER Commons, all are working toward making sure that their material is accessible. It's very, very important to me. One of my best friends in the library world is an accessibility coordinator, and learning from her how important it is that screen readers work and text to speech works is incredibly crucial and important to me. So it depends on the OER. And one of the great things about OER is that it is adaptable. You could probably take something that has a Creative Commons license on it, and if it's not accessible, you could make it accessible if you wanted to.
Okay. Let's see. Here's another question from Stephanie Adams. How do you deal with streaming media that is only available from Amazon Prime or Netflix? I didn't think there were institutional subscriptions available for either.
Yeah, we don't have institutional subscriptions to those. Our streaming media, we have Films on Demand, Canopy, and Swank. And that's what we leverage. Sometimes we can't get the films that are only on Prime and Netflix, and that's when we default to buying a copy for the course reserve shelf or for our circulating collection.
Okay. Here's one by Teresa Schultz. Let's see. How did you market the workshops by Will Cross?
They were marketed through our campus newsletter that comes out twice a week. We also did postcards that we put in all of the faculty mailboxes. I specifically went to the deans of each college and said, this is happening. But really, once the word of mouth got out and they knew there would be a free lunch on the workshop day, everybody, we had standing room only at each one of the sessions. So it was, at first I was watching the numbers come in and it was like a trickle, and all of a sudden it was a deluge. Like we didn't have enough seats for everybody, and that was fantastic.
No, that's good. I work with Will Cross. I work at NC State. He's awesome.
He's the best. I mean,
Yeah.
he really is one of my OER heroes. He's been on my campus twice. I talk to him as much as I can. He's fantastic.
Yeah, and he's very approachable too. So one more by Teresa. Who provided the funding for the incentive program?
It's the provost of our university. It's the provost stipend program. A lot of times it's called like a provost or presidential grant program. Ours is the stipend program just because that's the language our campus uses. Dr. Alexander has been an enormous champion of OER. He has been incredibly supportive for all of our goals, everything that the working group has wanted to do. And I wish everybody had a provost as proactive as he has been, and who's willing to open up his budget for stipends like this.
Okay. The next question is by Jody Bailey. What kind of representation did you have on your OER working group, i.e. what parts of campus do they come from?
Well, initially the working group, like I said, was it was our cataloging librarian who had been our interim librarian for a brief period of time. And then the head of our ed tech department, John McGee, and myself as the OER librarian. It was just the three of us. But when we were formalized through shared governance, when the president of the university sent the memorandum to shared governance appointing us, we made suggestions because we wanted the committee to be, or we can't call it a committee, a working group, to be much more robust. And that's when we added we have a tenured faculty member, somebody who's gone through the tenure process. We have a faculty member who is at the instructor level. And so she's non-tenure track. We have Bethany Green, who works in student engagement, and she manages our student food pantry. So she's really tied into the community of students that are in need on our campus. And Tevin Pauly, who is our undergraduate student representative, he will be starting his junior year this year. Another hat that I wear is I teach first year experience classes each fall. And Tevin was in my very first FYE class 2 years ago. And he is just an outstanding human being. And when we were looking for a student, I said, I know exactly who I want on this group. And I approached him and he said, let's do this. So that's kind of who we have now.
Okay. Okay. This one is from an anonymous attendee. Let's see. When you put a copy of a textbook on reserves in service to all the students in a course, how does that work with copyright?
It's a fair use. So it's not in violation of any copyright at all. Course reserves. There's I think, is it Georgia? There's some state that has a lawsuit about this that's been happening, but having a copy of the book, we have we have ownership of that book, and we can lend it to, it's the same as lending a book out. It's absolutely the same. So yeah, it's not in violation of copyright.
Okay. Here's one from Sarah Johnson. How do you keep stipend awardees on track and ensure that they are using or adapting OER appropriately and not getting confused?
That's my job, and the keep it. We just started. Like again, this just launched last month. We've just entered our first set of agreements with the first 5 people. But one of the things that I learned from attending a presentation that Karen did, Karen Burke from Portland, was that you needed to have kind of concrete guidelines, and you needed to have benchmarks that folks needed to hit, that there were deliverable times. And so the stipends, the way we're paying the stipend is per the agreement. They get half at the beginning of the project, and then we determine milestones for each of the projects. And when they hit those milestones, they get the second half. And depending on the length of the project, it could be like a midway point, 3/4 of the way through, or at the end. Those agreements are tailored for each project. And then those faculty, they work with me and they work with instructional designers to make sure that everything is accessible, everything is Canvas ready, and everything is of the highest quality.
Okay. The next question is from Rosemary Burgess Mira. Was your provost already on board with OER? If not, how did you get his or her support?
Like I said, I've been very lucky that he is incredibly proactive. He was the one, he started the month before I started, and the library had been lobbying. This was 3 years ago. The library had been lobbying for about a year to get an institutional repository. He started the month before I did and said, yes. Like the month he started. When I was hired, I thought I'd have a year to kind of get a groundswell of support for an institutional repository and get faculty demanding it. And instead, I started on August 1st, and we had a contract for the IR that would start September 1st. And I was like, oh, well, that whole year just got pushed down to a month because I have an IR, but I haven't done any of the groundwork with faculty. So he is just incredibly, incredibly proactive. And I can't say enough good things about him.
That sounds great. The next question is from Chelsea Idvo. Do you know of a way to encourage faculty to move to OER? I ask, as we had a situation with the history of psychology classes where the professor requested 6 out of print books.
Yeah. To me, that's an education level thing. So if the faculty is asking for books that are out of print, at that point, I would make sure that I had searched for alternatives. I would try to get their syllabus. I would try to see what their kind of learning outcomes and their teaching rubrics were, what kind of pedagogy they're operating with, and I would offer alternatives and say, those are out of print. They're going to be hard for the library to get. They're going to be hard for the students to access. But here are some similar items that are freely available for your students. To me, it's not that the faculty member's trying to be difficult, but a lot of times it's just a lack of awareness of what's available. And to me, it's a teachable moment with faculty, and it's a opportunity for the library to kind of come in and say, we might not be able to do that, but we can do this.
Okay. We have time for one more question before we wind down. Let's see. This one is from Sophie Rondeau. Do you favor open proposals versus affordable library materials proposals with your stipend program?
We're doing both. Our provost is very clear that his idea of this stipend program is anything that will cost a student under $50. That's the threshold that has been set. So for example, the Lumen product that we purchased for an English class this summer, it was $25 per student. That was funded, but we actually ended up paying for that for our students. We figured it was, I think, $750 for us to pay for that for the students this summer. And we paid that, and the rest of the money for the stipend went to the faculty member who was integrating the Lumen product into her syllabus. And to me, the dividends for something like that pay off because it tells our students that we really care about where you're at. We're gonna have this online platform, but we're actually gonna pay for this online platform for you. I think it's another way our university indicates to our students that where they are at financially, emotionally, physically matters to us. It's one of the incredible benefits of working at the university that I work at, is that by and large, everybody who is on that campus really cares. And we have a culture of caring on our campus. And yeah, so anything under $50 is a win. And it's something that can be considered for funding as long as it's leveraging low cost alternatives to high cost textbooks.
Oh, thanks, Jennifer. That's great. And for those of you who didn't have your questions answered, you can look for those posted on the discussion forum. Thank you again, Jennifer. That was fantastic.
Problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you to everyone for attending this NASIG 2020 session. This recording will be posted to our YouTube channel in the coming weeks. The speaker will be monitoring the NASIG forum through June 2020 for any questions not covered during the session. Please join us again in 10 minutes for our next session.
So at this time, if anyone is interested in discussing what they learned at NASIG this morning, or have any related topics to the OER session we just attended, just raise your hand and we'll unmute you. And if not, we have 10 minutes to relax, get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea before our next session starts.
Or eat more ice cream.
Or eat more ice cream.
Well, hello everyone, and I want to introduce our speaker for the next session. The session is calculating how much your university spends on open access and what to do about it. Our presenter will be one of the co-founders of our research, Heather Piwawar. I hope I pronounced that relatively close to right. Please refer to Schedule for a complete biography of our speakers. We will be using the Zoom Q&A for questions during the session. Afterwards, please also participate in our online discussion forum, which can be located at the NASIG website with additional questions or comments about this session. NASIG's Code of Conduct applies to all discussions and presentations. The links to the forum and Code of Conduct are available on the NASIG website. Please tweet about this session using the hashtag NASIG 2020. And Heather, feel free to share your slides at any point. We would also like to thank the NASIG sponsors for helping us make our online conference freely available. And I will now turn it over to Heather.
Hello. Thank you, everybody. I am thrilled to be here. Let me just get my slides going. Whoops. There we go. Okay. I'm guessing you can all see that and hear me okay? Good. I'm going to assume that's a yes. Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So, yep, my name's Heather Pivovar. The W's are pronounced like V's usually, but I am really forgiving. I know it's a challenging one. And I am indeed one of the co-founders of the nonprofit called Our Research. This is me. There's a picture here of me so that one day when we are actually in the same place, you can stop me and say hi. And this is my co-founder, Jason Preem, the other half of what we do. So our goal for today is to talk about how much money your university is paying in open access fees. You might be familiar with Unpaywall. It's a database of open access links that our company made and rolled out about 2 or 3 years ago, I think. If you don't think you've heard of Unpaywall, you might actually be using it already. It is the main source of open access links in Web of Science, Scopus, ProQuest, probably your link resolver. And if you're not using it in your link resolver right now, you should. It's free and helps people get access to things that you aren't subscribed to. Anyway, that Unpaywall database is built by pulling together green OA, gold OA, hybrid OA, bronze, metadata from Crossref, and so on. We are a nonprofit, it's open source, open data, and open infrastructure. And the reason I'm telling you all this is I think it helps to know there's different kind of vendors, right? And so in some ways we're a vendor, but we're really trying to be entirely on the side of libraries. Our goal is really to bring about a more open science and open research future. And also that's my cred for what I know about open access. So let's dive in a little further. Based on this open access data that we pulled together with Unpaywall, we have made a few different, we've published a few different papers looking at the adoption of open access. So this graph here on the left is the growth in the number of articles that are open access. And on the right is the percentage of things that are open access. And those colors are just different kinds of open access. And as you can see, the amount of open access is growing. That paper is from the State of OA, in case you want to dive into it more deeply. We more recently made a preprint on the future of open access where it looks ahead and projects out. So the slightly gray area here, the slightly muted area, is projecting out 5 years. And right now, the amount of open access uses, sorry, these graphs are articles, but we also look at uses in that paper. About half of all uses of articles are open access, and that's going up to 70% in the next 5 years. So this is a really really growing thing to look at. We are at a tipping point. And surely you've all heard at this point lots of buzz about open access deals and how they play in. So this one about the Cambridge University Press and the University of California, UC dropping Elsevier, for example, PLOS and UC, there's just more and more of these coming out. And that is surely why you're in this session. And we want to think about that from what it looks like for your authors. Because some of that is just from the, what does it look like from your authors? Because where is the money? Because not all the money comes through the university's OA funds. They're funding it in a variety of ways, as we will look into. So different ways of looking at, so we want to look at how we're looking at it from the authors, but we also want to look at across your whole university, how much is being spent by the authors, whether the authors are finding that from your university OA funds, whether they're finding it from their research grants, from their personal pocket, from a variety of sources. People are hobbling together money to pay, but we want to help you understand how much is being paid by all the authors in your university. So 2 previous ways to do that were to look at just gold open access. And there's a reference there. That's relatively easy. A different way is to look at university accounting data. That can be a really good way, but your university has to have put in the effort ahead of time to track all of that, which a lot of universities have done in Europe, but not very many in the US. And so that means it leaves those of us who haven't put in that infrastructure yet with the challenge of measuring the amount of money spent on gold as well as hybrid OA if you don't have that accounting data. Let me just take a minute to define those gold and hybrid terms if you're not familiar with them. So there's a bunch of different kinds of open access, as you probably know, and they tend to be given slightly confusing color names. So the one that we're not talking about here, because it is free for authors, is green open access. And that's when a paper is deposited in an institutional or disciplinary repository. So that's a kind that we're not measuring because that is free for the authors and for the institutions other than the process of maintaining repositories and so on. What we are talking about is gold and hybrid OA. Both those kinds are open access that is hosted on the publisher site, and both those kinds are ones that are licensed open access. So either with a Creative Commons license or in publisher specific license, they are flagged as open access, so they won't be they're not promotional OA. They won't become un-OA by the publishers later on. And that means that often, not always, but often, there is an article processing charge or an APC that is paid upfront at the time of publication to pay for the hosting of the article in lieu of subscription charges. The difference between gold and hybrid is that a gold open access article is published in a journal that's 100% open access, and a hybrid open access article is one that's published in a toll access journal where often a majority of the other articles are available by subscription. Okay. So it's easy. The good news is to figure out how much money is being paid on open access for you, so we can have extra time to eat ice cream. We can wrap this up early. All we need to do is multiply together the number of papers that your authors publish as open access times how much it costs for them to publish there. Now let's get into the details, because of course it's not so easy. So the number of papers that your authors publish is open access. This is complicated, not only because researchers can have multiple affiliations, but just there hasn't been a well-applied standard for tagging affiliation data to authorship and then tracking that all the way through the publication process. So we'll look at that in a bit more detail, but figuring out who your authors are is not actually simple. Publish is open access. So figuring out all of the articles that are open access hasn't traditionally been the easiest thing to do as well. How much it costs them to publish there. So who is paying is complicated, as we'll see. So all of that is not easy. And then the truth is, for most of the reasons you want to know, how much your university is paying in open access. You're not actually interested in it for historical reasons. You're interested in it to make decisions about the future. And that means that you actually want to predict and project and forecast out. And then that gets into a host of other issues. So it's all of that glorious complexity that we're going to dig into right now. Okay, let's do it. So to break it down, these are the steps we're going to cover. Which papers, how much money, and then doing a bit of forecasting. I'm going to cover this relatively quickly. Please do reach out if you've got questions after this session, and I'm always interested in questions. You're welcome to email me afterwards as well. Okay, let's start off. Which papers? What's open access? So there's different sources of open access data. OneFinder, Scopus, Web of Science, Dimensions, and OnPaywall. OneFinder is a source of open access data. They're currently owned by Elsevier. So there's some complexities from getting your open access from that source. Scopus, Web of Science, and Dimensions, actually you get their open access data from OnPaywall. And so the OnPaywall database is a good source. So just to is actually the industry leading source for that, whether directly or indirectly through these other databases. So that's where we can get open access. It's actually not as complicated as it was 5 or 10 years ago, which is great news. Affiliations are also getting easier, but not easy yet. So where to get affiliation data? You can get it, as you probably know, out of Web of Science, Scopus, Dimensions, Lens, and Microsoft Academic Graph. Now, some of those databases are subscription only, so they're pretty great, but you can only use it if you've got a subscription to them. That would be Web of Science and Scopus. Dimensions, I think you can only get limited affiliation data out of it with a free subscription, and otherwise you need to pay. Lens and Microsoft Academic Graph are free, which is great. You might not have heard of Microsoft Academic Graph before. It's a lot like Google Scholar, but Google Scholar's put a lot of emphasis on its user interface, and that's why lots of us know about it, because it's easy to go and use as someone who wants to query. What Microsoft has done instead is they've put a focus on their database, and they actually have their data out freely available for anybody to use and build on, which is fantastic. So that Microsoft Academic Graph data, that affiliation data, is available for others to build on. And then the question is, what affiliation data, a different question is, what affiliation data are they actually getting? So it's often encoded in Crossref, and you want it to be normalized, right? So that different ways that people describe your institution are all captured. And there are a few different standardization, few different standards. Grid was an original one, and the standard VOR is taking over from it. Is it? Yeah, here. So you can see at the top, just go to roar.org and you can search up your institution, and then you can see your ROR ID. It's the thing right after the slash there. You can click and see all the detail it's got for you. So that is a that's a standard that's coming into its own now and is really helping with a lot of this work. Okay, so that's a really quick overview of open access and affiliation. Now let's start talking about money. So APC costs. Where can you get the cost of an APC? Oh, sorry about that. And again, an APC stands for an article processing charge. So it's the amount of money that a researcher or a group of researchers has to pool together to pay the publisher to make that article open access on their journal page. So one source is publisher pages, and then there's a few other sources that have pulled that together. So publisher pages, here's what it looks like on Elsevier's page, their open access price list. Here's what it looks like on Wiley's page. Now you can see on Wiley's page, it looks complicated. That's because it's complicated. Even getting the article, article publication charges, even getting those directly from the publisher, it depends on a number of variables. But beyond the list price, it gets even more complicated. So transformative agreements, as you might know, these are agreements, sometimes called read and publish agreements, that can give researchers a different price on open access, either now or in the future. And so there is a list, there's a place that's trying to pull together all these transformative agreements at ESAC. Though frankly, for your institution, you'll probably know what transformative agreements you're in, so you don't necessarily need a list. But there's where you can go and see what other people have been up to. More relevantly, in some ways, more directly relevantly, are all these open access agreements. One of them just came out a few days ago, as you might have seen, the PLOS and the Carnegie Mellon one. And so again, these you'll know if your institution is in an open access agreement. And that will affect the amount of price that people pay. But actually, this is usually used as the end step for the calculations that we're doing to negotiate one of these. So we'll talk about it a little bit more at the end. More relevantly and tougher to work in is author perks. So some journals will lower an APC rate or give people a free voucher or something if they have society memberships or have done editor reviewer activities or so on. Now, those are really hard to track. Practically impossible, I think, unless you've got that sort of built into your accounting system. So I think that just counts as a limitation and something that you could get at with a survey potentially to your faculty. But otherwise, just know that it's a complexity that's going on behind the scenes. As if that weren't enough, the evidence suggests that researchers are actually paying for the APCs from a variety of sources. So they're pulling together some data from their research grants, some from their institutional funds and so on. And so that makes it complicated to know what the price is that they're given for some of those affiliations and then where the money is coming from. This graph is from a study that is worth having a look at. I've got a further reading slide at the end that calls this one out as well, but it's looking at who actually pays the APCs, which is a different issue than how much money is being paid, but obviously a relevant one. Okay, that I think it was that study that said it noted it was a bureaucratic headache, which I think we don't need to tell you, and that resourcing within the library is the biggest obstacle to keeping a really accurate count on that. But I think that one principle which I think is holding true is that for a given institution, the current list price is a good start. Be aware of these limitations, quantify them if you can, but starting with the current list price is reasonable. Okay, the allocation of the APC cost is another thorny one. Specifically, which author pays. So again, that APC stands for article processing charge. It's an amount of money like $1,000 or $2,000 that needs to be paid for the article to be published. But an article might have 1, 2, 3, 4, 100 authors. In that case, which institution is paying that charge? Or to look at it the other way, if you are a university trying to figure out whether should you consider that open access article is something that an author from your institution paid the APC charge for. And in real life, usually, so there's not much data on this, there's a little bit, which I'll point to, but usually one author, it seems, pays the fee and then they split out from a different set of from a different set of sources. But which author that is varies. There's no standard at all. It is often the corresponding author. And the corresponding author, it is often the corresponding author, partly because the corresponding author is the one who in many fields is considered the senior author and the one with the funding. So those things tend to go together. But in some places, especially with this APC rates, they might make the corresponding author, with these APC agreements, There's a chance I think people might make the corresponding author the one that has, whose university has a OA fund. So that would be more complicated. So figuring out which author pays, it's not documented in Crossref, it's not written down anywhere. So the question is what to do then? Do we just throw our hands up? And the answer is no, we try a whole bunch of math. So you don't have to understand all this math, but we can make guesses. We can model a few different scenarios. For let's say it's always the first author. Let's say it's always the last author. Let's say it's always the corresponding author. Let's assign the APC to each university equally, each university who has an author on the list. So those are some different models that are represented here. The good news is when you apply those models to looking at the OA spend across a lot of papers for one given university, it ends up not making a very big difference who you allocate the APC rate to. The amount of money that a university pays across all of their authors and all of their papers tends to be about the same, whichever of the methods you use. So that's all these different colors are very clustered together here. That's what that's showing. Now they're not as clustered together here, because this is averaging together fewer papers. So if you are a relatively small university with fewer OA publications, it might make more of a difference to you. But still, you'll get in the right ballpark, as I think you can see here. This is a different study, again, looking at different scenarios and ways of paying in different universities. And I'm going back to this because I think I'm spending a little bit of time on this because I think it can be a stumbling block for people who think they don't know who paid and what can they figure out from that. And I think the answer is modeling something will get you in the right ballpark right now. And just one reminder that the things that we're looking at right now are mostly for hybrid publishing. Publishers like PLOS and eLife tend to have good metadata themselves about who's the corresponding author, and they've done a lot of this in affiliation slice and dicing. So I would reach out directly to them and talk with them about getting estimates about whether your people affiliated with your university have been the ones paying, because they often have better data on that than the toll access publishers. Okay, we're working our way through the complications. So the next one is growth in costs. This one matters. The black line here, you can see over time, the black line is article processing charges as measured by the Open APC database. And you can see it's going up, up, up. There, the last one, it goes down a little. But it's going up much faster than inflation. Those two lines at the bottom are inflation. So you can see that if you are looking historically, or if you're trying to project into the future, thinking about the rates at which APCs are growing makes a big difference. And unfortunately, I don't have any more insight than that, other than it matters. And so finally, the growth in number of open access papers also matters, because if you're just looking at the number of papers that your faculty are publishing right now, it's not taking into account that they will be publishing more in the future. A higher percentage of their articles are likely to be open access in the years ahead if trends keep going the way they have been going. Okay, so that's an overview of the complications. And so let's make it real and talk about some practical ways to look at your APC spend. So this Open APC database is worth clicking around. It's pretty cool. So here you can see, so it is made from universities who report their open access spend to this database. And so you can see here a breakdown by publisher. Here's a breakdown by journal, just hybrid journals, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, it's almost all European universities. So here's the US ones. There's only really 4 that are contributing. So this is hopefully giving you a peek into the future, hopefully, as we become more mature in our thinking about all of this and our data around this, this will start to be populated and be a good source for your own data or comparing to other universities. Right now, it's not, but it is worth, if you're in the US, but it is worth poking on. And I should say I'm in Canada, so in the US or Canada. It's pretty sparse for Canada too, unfortunately. Okay, so now I'm going to talk a little bit about the tool that we've built. And it is also open source, open data, and so on, built on paywall data. And it's the reason that I focused on this and know what I know and what I'm telling you about is because I've been learning it to build this tool Unsub. And so it uses the APC data for your institution. We get it from that open data set of Microsoft Academic Graph and MAG, as people often call it, map authors to grid IDs, their affiliations to grid IDs, and then grid IDs to RORs. So we get your ROR and then figure out from that what papers your authors wrote and how long the authorship list was for each paper and so on. The source of open access data that we use is not surprisingly unpaywall. The APC approaches, we are looking at hybrid and gold publications, and we are looking them mostly for toll access publishers. Their hybrid and their gold journals, because of course, even Elsevier and Wiley do have some gold OA journals, and you can want to know how much your institution's spending on those. And the approach that we use for figuring out the distribution of that open access charge across institutions is fractional authorship. So specifically, the number of authors from for any given paper, the number of authors from your institution divided by the number of authors total for that paper is the percentage of that paper that we considered authored by your institution. Yeah. And then we sum that up over all papers in that journal that are open access. And that gets an estimate of the number of the fractional open access charge across all papers in that journal. So I'm not going to go into the gory details of that, but I do have a video up there on Vimeo you can look into, and it goes into some of the examples in math on that fractional authorship. And I can walk you through it here a little bit. So this is a screenshot of Unsub. It is this publication charge page, and it is real data from a real US institution. If you scroll down a little bit, oh, it's not on this one. Okay, well, let's use the Electrochimica Acta. Wow, I bet somebody is laughing right now because I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's true I don't. Okay, so it's a hybrid journal. The APC price in 2019 was $3,230 US. We think that the authors in this institution have published 0.8 papers that charge an APC. So what does that mean? That means they might have been on one paper with 10 authors, where 8 of them were from this institution. So that means that we are assigning 80% of that APC to this institution for this paper. And then the total fractional authorship is looking back over the last 5 years. If you sum everything together and average it out, what's the total fractional authorship? And we multiply that by that 3,230 to get an estimate that over the last 5 years, on average, $2,261 were spent by authors from this university to Elsevier for publishing hybrid in this journal. Now, so this is doing a lot of that complicated work for you behind the scenes. It is a pretty early rollout, so it is not yet taking into account growth in the APC fee over the next 5 years, or growth of open access rates of papers over the next 5 years. Those enhancements will come out in the next few months, hopefully. But it's getting going on doing these, the beginning of these calculations for you. Okay, so that's the published side of Unsub. I will give you a very quick overview about the open access on the subscription side as well, mostly just to whet your appetite so that you know what Unsub can do here and how it relates to, so you can dig in more deeply later on if you want to. So, and because the amount of open access is growing, that's relevant for your authors who are publishing, but it's also obviously relevant to you who's trying to fulfill reading requirements from your campus. Increasingly, the uses that people need to make are open access, and that means that you shouldn't be paying for them. And so we want to help make sure that you're making subscription decisions where that are informed by the amount of open access and the amount of backfile and so on that you already have. So this is a quick screenshot of the subscription side of Unsub. It's looking at it, the free demo that you can check out is all the papers in this institution's Elsevier Big Deal. What would it look like if they walked away from their big deal, if they canceled it, and only subscribed to 201 subscriptions instead? And those 201 subscriptions, those 201 journals were chosen as the most cost-effective journals, where cost-effective is calculated in terms of cost per use, which is standard, and then a slightly enhanced form of cost per use that takes into account open access and takes into account backfile, the cost of ILL, and so on. So that's what we're modeling here. And as you can see, 35% of the uses over the next 5 years we predict will be open access at the time of use. So a third of what this campus uses over the next 5 years, they don't need to pay for. It's already open access. Another quarter of it will come from the backfile, we estimate, and then you get to decide what percent of that comes from subscription if you break that bundle and just subscribe a la carte. So that's basically what the Unsub subscription side is letting you see. You can dig into the gory details of each of the journals, and you can add more columns and search and sort and so on. You can look at the usage and cost there and the open access percentage for each journal. There's a lot of parameters because we've designed it so that you can set up the assumptions to both model what you value and is true on your campus. So for example, how much is the cost of fulfilling an ILL request on your campus is a parameter that you can set. And also, do you want to include bronze OA, for example, in your estimates? Bronze OA is a type of OA that's more transient than gold or hybrid. So it's on the publisher page, but it doesn't have an open license. It's actually all the stuff that's up with COVID. So do you want to include, that kind of open access that publishers can take down, or do you want to exclude it? So you can look at different scenarios and modeling with that parameter set true or false. So that's a really brief overview of Unsub. It's at unsub.org. Have a look. It's really easy to get started. All you need with your own customized dashboard, all you need is a counter file, and then we figure out your ROR, your ID, and we go look in that Microsoft Academic Graph for all your affiliations. We bring the open access data from Unpaywall and so on. Custom subscription is $1,000 a year, and we think it'll save you way more than that. 300 libraries are using it. So it just came out in November, and it was called Unpaywall Journals before, and it's had both that read and publish side the whole time. People don't talk about it out loud using it very much, but a lot of libraries are. SUNY has talked about using Unsub as Unpaywall Journals, and they're saving $5 million with it and say it's really changed the conversation for them. So encourage you to check it out. It is a way to get started in solving some of these problems, and we'd love your feedback. We really want to make, excuse me, just a second. Sorry, I'm gonna take a sip. We really want to make this tool useful for you. So, so do tell us what you think is important for next features and so on. So that's the quick overview on how to calculate APC spend at your university. And now the question would be, what should you do about it? And so I'd like to suggest there's 3 things. Raise your eyebrows, raise your hands and your voices, and raise your expectations. So basically, raise your eyebrows is question and learn, just like you're doing right now. Learn about your own OA spend. Raise your voice. Talk and learn about what others have done. What others have done in terms of negotiating, in terms of all of the things we're going to talk about actually in a minute. Some places you can do that are in the question session of this conversation that we're about to have, in the Core 2020 presentation submissions, which are due tomorrow. It could be a great time to put in a panel session if you get on it today. The unsub user discussion group is a place where we're really hoping some of these conversations can start being had accessibly and openly with everyone. So you don't sort of need to be in a clique to be part of the conversation, but we can all be talking about what are different ways to do these estimates and what we can learn. And love to hear your ideas in question time or chat. And finally, raise your expectations. So negotiate, make deals, negotiate on hybrid journals with the data that you've got about what your university is spending on open access. Use it to inform a read and publish agreement or a publish and publish agreement like these ones coming out with PLOS. Plan around APC funds or awards, and generally just be an expert about this topic on your campus. Remember, be bold, change is afoot. You're on the right side of history to be paying good attention to this right now. So go for it. Here's some additional reading and we'll make these slides available. And thanks a lot. Love to hear your questions.
Hi, Heather. This is Maria. So far, we have a few questions in the question and answer section. The first one, I'm wondering if you account in unsub that Counter 5 usage now excludes gold OA. I'm trying to understand the data that I'm looking at.
Yeah, good question. So right now, unsub is only Counter 4, and we are moving to Counter 5, but we're taking our time to do it to make sure that we do get the differences. It's not just, as you point out, it's not just a formatting issue. The data is actually different, right? And so we're looking at using the TRJ3, I think it's called, that does include the gold OA stats. Yeah, so happy to talk more about that offline. Right now we're using Counter 4. We rolled out in November when Counter 5 wasn't broadly applicable. And so we'll be transitioning to Counter 5 in the next couple of months.
Okay.
And I think I'll know more about it then.
Okay.
Heather, could you move back a slide?
Yes. Good idea. There you go. And we'll make these available. You don't need to write them down.
And we also have a question, what kinds of assurances can you give about how you'll use our counter data now and in the future?
Yep, good question. So we use standard industry tools like Amazon databases and things like that with standard security. So from a security perspective, that's as secure as we are. And then in terms of will we sell your data to anyone? Will we make it publicly available without your agreement? No, not at all. That's not at all what we're about. Yeah, and so I believe that our terms of service say that, and if they don't, and you want written assurance, that we're more than happy to give it. Similarly, our nonprofit is a nonprofit so that it itself cannot be acquired. And so we've written down some things about that too, because that's really important to us.
Okay. Let's see, going down the list. Does this take grant funding into account? So as the library is doing the modeling, can it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, yeah, it does not. So right now, it does not look at who is paying the fee. So it's looking at what fees are being paid, but it's not looking at who's paying. So it's not looking at what percentage of it is being paid by the NSF grants or by personal funds or something. Yeah.
Hi, I work for a publisher. If we were to make a full cost report available, can you talk on how that would change the difficult landscape you've outlined?
Yeah, I think that if publishers, I think it would be amazing, fantastic, if publishers made publicly available how much different institutions are paying for open access and made sort of the drill down information available so it's trustworthy. I think so publishers have promised that there won't be double dipping, where double dipping in this context would be not the ice cream context, but double dipping in this context would be people paying for open access, but then paying again, for example, for hybrid papers through subscription. And they promised that, but it's really hard for libraries to like trust them and hold that accountable and know that that's true. So I think that if publishers made the lists of available, that would be amazing. In the past, they have not been very good at keeping track of what's hybrid and so on in the metadata that they release. And so making that data available where people can examine it and point out errors and so on, I think would be fantastic and go a long way to rebuilding some trust.
Great. Okay. Next question. Do you or anyone know if when a library cancels its big deals to save on subscription costs, does the university then start transferring some of the APC costs from a department's budget to the library's budget?
When they cancel a big deal, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really depends how your university sets it up, because there's no rules about that. It's all about your university's processes. And for example, the University of California has walked away from their Elsevier agreement, and at the same time they put some work into some open access funds and processes and so on. But others haven't. Others have said, we walk away from our big deal. We're maybe subscribing to some journals a la carte, and open access continues to be done the same way it's always done. And so I think it's really up to your institution.
Okay. Do you have a date when you plan to be moving to Counter 5?
Yeah, good question. I think in the next 2 months. Yeah.
Okay. What are the plans to add other publishers?
Yeah, so it supports Elsevier and Wiley right now. Springer Nature in the next week or 2 or 3, and others after that. Our goal is all publishers by the end of the year in the order that they're most requested by our customers. And so the Google group is a place, here I'm going to go back another slide. There we go, that Google group right there with Unsub Discuss. Even if you're not a customer right now, but you want to let us know what you're most interested in, we'd love to hear what publishers you'd like to support, and that will influence our priority.
Okay. How often is Unsub content updated?
Yep, good question. So it's updated very often in terms of small enhancements to the model and bug fixes and so on. We try to have the numbers be fairly stable though, because people are making decisions based on them. And so we have an announce group, I think it's linked to from this discuss group, where we post when the data changes. And so, yeah, so it changes relatively often, but with relatively small changes. Except sometimes I think, for example, we're going to be modeling the growth in journals soon, and that will be a slightly bigger change. So we'll give people a heads up and know. We understand that changes we're trying to balance the fact that stable data is good, but also the most accurate data is good, and do that.
And then Elizabeth had a second question. Does Unsub provide reports to users, or is it up to us to design and harvest our own reports? And she says, many thanks for this.
So all of the data is exportable in a spreadsheet format right now as a CSV. So you can use it to design your own reports if you want to. We are also really committed to making an API. So if you've got some techies and they want to get access to it, they can. We also have a feature that's coming soon on the app right now that's a public or that's a communication page. And that isn't actually live right now. We're working with people to figure out what they want there. And so the intent of that is indeed reports for your admin or for your faculty. And so we'd love to hear from you on this Google group, for example, about what you'd like to see. How comfortable, for example, are you showing real numbers there, detailed numbers, and or do you want them just classified as high, medium, low, that sort of thing? So, yep, we're in the midst of designing that, but we also think it's important. It's your data, and you should be able to use it as widely as you want to. Interestingly, I think that one figure data, our understanding is once you buy that, you're not really even allowed to redistribute that within your own campus, let alone to anybody else. And that's a really different approach than we take.
Okay, that actually covers our questions.
One person had a hand up and I'm not sure if she has a question. Marcia? Okay, perhaps not. And I was wondering if Sarah, a previous presenter, wanted to say anything because she added a lot during chat.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Thanks. No, it was a great presentation. I just wanted to provide some context from the publisher side about the nightmare that some of this stuff is. So the battles around disambiguation, author affiliation, who's actually spending, does the funder, let's say you could associate the funder with the author, does that actually mean the funder paid? We are in the midst of helping all the libraries we're talking to figure this out. And so there's quite often a back and forth where we'll provide, here's everything you published with us in the last couple of years. Here's the waiver rates for folks who couldn't pay APCs. Here's the spend. And you'd love in a perfect world that you just multiply the papers by the APCs and boom, it all lines up. And the numbers rarely line up that well. And then you add the institutional disambiguation component and blah, blah, blah. So just wanted to reiterate the challenge, certainly from the plus side, I can't speak.
Your open access spend. One would be a rough back of the envelope estimate. So to do that for a number of publishers, for example, or to understand your order of magnitude on how much you're spending on PLOS. And then another would be the detailed level that you have to get to if you actually want to make an agreement about covering your APC costs. And I think at that level, you need a lot more accuracy, and it's also worth investing the time in getting that accuracy. And so I think it's useful to know where you are on that spectrum of amount of time to invest in accuracy, because it is something right now where it does take time to get something that's really accurate, but maybe you're just looking for a ballpark.
And it appears there's time for, there's one last question that came in through the chat. Do you have any figures about how much the average of APCs?
It's a good question. I don't right now. There have been a few papers about it, and I think it might be on the on that open APC site. I don't remember. I think it varies a lot by discipline as well.
It varies by discipline and by journal type for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think with that, Heather, we thank you very much for your presentation. And I'd like to thank everyone for attending this NASIG session. This recording will be posted on our YouTube channel in the coming weeks. And Heather will be moderating the NASIG forum through June 2020 for any questions not covered during the session. Please join us again in about 10 minutes for Control Alt Repeat Strategies for Regaining Authority Control After a Migration. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello. So again, we have a 10-minute break. If anyone would like to use this time to chat with other attendees about anything you learned at NASIG, either the last session today or any session in the previous 2 days, feel free to raise your hand and we'll unmute you. Hi, Anastasia. I'm going to unmute you now. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Good afternoon and welcome to the NASIG 2020 session, Control Alt Repeat, Strategies for Regaining Authority Control After a Migration, presented by Jamie Carlston of Northwestern University. Please refer to Schedule for a complete biography of the speaker. We will be using the Zoom Q&A for questions during the session. Please refrain from using the chat function. Afterwards, please also participate in our online discussion forum, which can be located at the NASIG website with additional questions or comments about this session. NASIG's Code of Conduct applies to all discussions and presentations. The links to the forum and Code of Conduct are available on the NASIG website. Please tweet about this session using the hashtag NASIG 2020. We would like to thank the NASIG sponsors for helping us make our online conference freely available. And now I will turn you over to Jamie.
Okay, I'm unmuting my microphone. I trust I will be told if you all can't hear me.
We can hear you.
I'm going to start sharing. Thank you. Okay, and you should see slides now. I'm going to pop on video just for a moment to say hello, so I'm not too much of a disembodied voice, but that's just to say hi. I'm going to turn it off now for the bandwidth. So I'm going to get started with my presentation. My name is Jamie Carlstone, and I'm the Authority Metadata Librarian at Northwestern University Libraries. I want to acknowledge Northwestern is a community of learners situated within a network of historical and contemporary relationships with Native American tribes, communities, parents, students, and alumni. It is also in close proximity to an urban Native American community in Chicago and near several tribes in the Midwest. The Northwestern campus sits on the traditional homelands of the people of the Council of Three Fires, the Ojibwe, Potawatomi, and Ottawa, as well as the Menominee, Miami, and Ho-Chunk nations. It was also a site of trade, travel, and gatherings and healing for more than a dozen other Native American tribes and is still home to over 100,000 tribal members in the state of Illinois. So this is the official statement that Northwestern University has put together for our campus. I would also like to add my support for NASIG's statement against racism. It makes me proud to be a member of this organization. I hope we're all using the influence that we have in our communities and libraries as library workers to support Black lives. I'll start my presentation with a little context on authority control at Northwestern. We migrated from Voyager to Alma in 2015. After that migration, our authorities librarian, who is Gary Strawn, of course, of the authorities toolkit, left the unit, but he's still at Northwestern. From the Alma migration onward, Northwestern did not have a dedicated authorities librarian until me, but I want to be clear that there was still a lot of NACO work being done. When I started in October of 2019, I was told to prioritize a workflow for doing ongoing authority control on new records coming in the catalog. Secondary to that, I should work on ways of cleaning up the existing catalog, or what I'll call retroactive authority control or cleanup. For that reason, I'm framing my presentation as first talking about how I address authority control for newish records coming in the catalog. Then I'm going to talk about strategies for doing authority cleanup in the catalog. There's a lot of overlap in these processes, so they're not as distinct maybe as this suggests. I also thought I'd end by talking about what work from home projects we're doing for authority control, because it's likely the most relevant in this moment. However, I'll note that all this is done with just a computer and the web, so it all really is work that can be done remotely. So like I said, I'm going to start with ongoing authority work. So I don't want to be too system focused because I'm sure many of you don't work in Alma, but the reality is that's what I use. So there are going to be a lot of Alma specifics here. For those that don't do any cataloging in Alma, Just a quick primer on how it links to the authority file. ALMA links authority headings in bibs to authority records by matching the text in the headings. You know the link happens in the bib if there's a little binoculars next to the heading. If a bib heading matches to the authority file, the term will be authorized automatically. ALMA does not have a function where you can tell it to unlink in the way OCLC connection does. So in this example, the heading has the right tag, indicators, subfields, and text, so it links to the heading. If you wanted it to unlink, you would have to change the text in the heading or the indicators or subfields. For the example, I just added musician to the heading, and because that's not the right heading, it unlinked to the authority file, and you see the binoculars are gone. Since I'm working on authority records in a system that does this authority control by linking bib headings, one piece of information that I wanted in order to do some authority control is what headings are linked and what headings are not. What you see on the screen is the ALMA metadata editor. So there are 3 700 tags where you have 2 linked, 1 unlinked, and you know because of those binoculars. So we have the information if you look at the record editor of what headings are linked. But what if you want that in a report? Unfortunately, it is difficult to get this information, although it's not impossible. So based on what I've seen in the like ALMA listservs, I know I'm not the only person who struggled with it. So I'm going to go through how I get this data out of ALMA and then show how I use it to do some authority control. So if you're looking at ALMA Analytics, the built-in reporting tool, you see all the names listed, but there's nothing there that tells you it's linked or not. John B. Hill, which was the unlinked heading, looks the same as the 2 linked headings. If I export the bibliographic records, that information is not there, even though you see the binoculars in the editor. The bottom is the mark view of the record, and you see again that the linking info isn't there embedded in the mark. I'm not a developer, but I looked at the APIs anyway, and I didn't see it there. If I'm wrong, please let me know. I just don't think that's the path to that information. So I talked to Ex Libris about this, and they directed me towards publishing profiles. I found that if you export your records with the publishing profile in ALMA, if you check the link data enrichment box, the mark record exports with a subfield 0 with parentheses URI, which is ALMA's way of telling you it created a link to an authority record. I'm going to circle back to this, so I'm going to hold off on the details until later slides. This is great for me because my style of data cleanup is to just export the whole record and make the change in mark edit and then overlay it back into the system. So I was actually really happy to find the data in this form. So finding the headings that are linked is the first step in being able to do something with authority control. However, I didn't want to reinvent the wheel, so I wanted to use the tools ALMA has available for authority control first. So ALMA has this authority control task list where it shows the headings that need to be reviewed. I find this useful when I want to get a report of any authority related jobs after they run in ALMA. In a minute, I'm going to talk about analyzing authority control jobs in ALMA, and this is where I get that data. However, I don't use it for data cleanup work. The reason is that the task list is entirely tied to the jobs that you run on authority control in the system. It is useful for telling you how many records were edited during a job, and some of the filters are useful. It also can be exported to Excel, so any further faceting can be done after you export. However, it doesn't really speed up your ability to review records because it still requires you open up the metadata editor and the authority record for each heading if you want to check them one by one. So one of the built-in ALMA authority tools I do use is preferred term correction. Preferred term correction corrects the bib heading to the preferred term from the authority record. It works on records newly created and newly modified only. In this example, you see the heading for the bib matches the 410 from the authority record. After the preferred term correction ran, the bib heading was then changed to match the preferred heading. This is excellent for when the authority file is updated, so your headings are up to date as possible. And I should say that if the authority file is updated, then it'll change anything in your whole catalog. The new records and modified records only is when your bib heading doesn't match the correct heading in the authority file. Initially, I thought I would run the preferred term correction job regularly, check if it did the headings accurately, and that's how I would do authority control. After doing an analysis of what the preferred term correction job did and how successful it was, I realized this wasn't exactly the approach to take. And by analysis, I mean I looked at the report of the preferred term correction job from the task list for like a week, and I just checked each one to see what it did and whether or not it was correct. I actually ended up learning a lot about the initial linking in ALMA as well as the correction job. What became clear is that generally the authority control works pretty well in ALMA, but it's linking the text and the bib headings. Because it matches on text, you don't have to go into the record to make the link. So ALMA is creating a lot of authority control on its own without a human having to intervene. Of course, there's a downside to that. This worked great for subjects in corporate bodies. Where there were errors, and by error, I mean it linked to the wrong heading, was mostly with personal names. And that's not terribly surprising. People sometimes have the same name. I learned that the preferred term correction job was mostly just making changes to the ISBD punctuation too, which wasn't really changing the text of the heading. Strategically then, if I want to manage some authority control in a catalog with 8 million bibs, where a lot of records are coming in each week, focusing any checking of those links can be just on personal name headings. That still leaves me with a lot to check though. So I thought, I have the data on what headings are linked. I understand what the preferred term correction job is doing. I know where it's flawed. Are there any more patterns I can find in the headings that were wrong? So I can basically triage any checking I'm going to do manually. And there were. If I look at the incorrect headings, I saw that number one, records were not PCC. The headings were only subfield A, so no additional subfields to distinguish the person from another. And the names were just last name, comma, first name. So no middle name, initial, multiple last names, and so on to help you distinguish. What I learned from this is authority linking works well enough, except for personal names, where there are more likely to be errors. There's also a pattern to the headings that were wrong. So unfortunately, ALMA doesn't allow for that kind of filtering, which makes sense. It's just a computer. You can't automatically link headings because the heading is good or it has a lot of detail and not link the ones that don't have a lot of detail. The authority control task list, which I mentioned earlier, doesn't include subfield information either. It became clear that the checking I want to do has to happen outside of ALMA, where I can build a program that just shows me the linked headings that are more likely to have a problem. And then I can check those. So this is where exporting the records from that publishing profile with the linked data information comes in. So using Python, it's pretty easy to create a list of the headings that meet this criteria. So they're not on PCC records. The heading is just a subfield A. There's just one or two names. So my report would look like this. I would go down the list and check the names. So I started reviewing these on a week-to-week basis, going back a couple months to account for a backlog in the system. So for example, if it was the first week of March, I would review the first week of January. I did find while doing this that I was looking at the same information for most records, or headings, I should say. I could confirm a heading was correct by looking at the bib and the authority record side by side. So a lot of time was spent on the searching and opening of these records in ALMA and maybe OCLC as well. So after doing this a few weeks, I thought it would be nice to have a tool with some kind of interface where I could see the bib and the authority record side by side. This would make it much faster to review. So this is my former foster dog, Scooter, helping me display what was my very scribbly mock-up of the idea I had to create this authority control review program. So this is also my way of telling you that I did this all after we were sent home because of the pandemic. That's why there's a dog there. So my idea was it would display the bib record on the left and the authority record on the right, and a few buttons to move the program along maybe. So in order to use the program, the first step is actually deciding what group of records to review. So for ongoing work, I typically do this by date, but there is no criteria other than it should be a reasonable number of records to review in a few hours. I tend to make a report of records created and edited during a period of time in ALMA Analytics, and then base a set off that report in ALMA. So in Alma, analytics is accessed through the analytics menu, which takes me to design analytics. What's nice about doing it by date is that Alma Analytics isn't meant to be a metadata cleanup tool. For example, it can't query by subfield or tag. Querying for creation date is something analytics does well. So you're playing into the strengths of that tool rather than trying to get it to do something it wasn't built for. I also tell it I want to see records I have. I'm an author and are not suppressed. I keep track of the dates I've reviewed in an Excel spreadsheet, and this is an easy criteria to track. It is also possible to create sets in Alma based on analytics reports. So I just make sure the report runs fine in analytics, then I go back to Alma and I base a new set on that report. So once the set of records is created, I export the bibs. The normal bib export isn't helpful because it doesn't include the linking information. So the tool I want to use is Stat Publishing Profile, which is under the resources menu. So honestly, outside of how I use it, I'm not sure how my colleagues use the feature. My colleagues in IT, who are the real Alma experts at Northwestern, were the ones that set it up for me. And so I have my very own publishing profile. The most important part is that the second tab, Data Enrichment, has a box that says Linked Data Enrichment, and I have to check that box so I get the links in the MARC record. You may also be noticing that the FTP is configured to send the files to Box. So I have a Box folder set up where these go, and I can access that folder and download the records there. So once the MARC records are downloaded to Box, I download to my hard drive and save the location so I can point my program to my new set of linked data enriched records. All there's left to do is really run the program from there. So I like using PyCharm to write Python programs. It's my preference. I also utilize PyMark, which lets you work with MARC records. I use and perhaps overuse regular expression patterns. So if you're interested in learning how to use programming to help with editing MARC, I would recommend first learning how to use regular expression just in Python. Then I would learn about PyMark. However, if you're not interested in learning how to code, that's also perfectly fine. So instead of running the program, I've added screenshots to avoid any difficulties in screen sharing, but trust me, it does work. So this is where my program for reviewing authority headings looks like after it is run. It looked almost exactly like my mockup, intended most likely because it's actually a very simple program. So the heading in question is highlighted in blue on the left and is displayed in the bib record from the file. And you can see the heading have that subfield 0 with the linked data information. So it's only showing me the ones that are linked. On the right is the VOF record that it links to. And I've cleaned up the VOF record a bit to make it more readable. The bib record is not edited at all because as a cataloger, I find MARC really easy to read. So the box at the top with the name can be edited. So if I want to change the heading in Alma, I will edit the box with whatever I want. I will usually include the correct heading or a note to go back and review. Often there isn't a correct authority record to link to, and that is why I was wrong in the first place. So if the heading requires an edit, I will add information about it in the box, then click submit, and the MMS ID, name, and note that I've added will print to the console. This is all the information I need to find the heading in Alma later and change it. If I don't need to do anything with the heading or when I'm just done with the heading, I just click next. The window closes and the program advances to the next heading. Basically, it's reading a list, going down it, but instead of printing it, it's pulling up this pop-up window. So to be clear, this doesn't make the change in Alma. When I'm done reviewing, I have to take the list of the records I've noted needed to be changed and change them. So reviewing and editing is typically a couple hours of work a week. I've had a couple of weeks where it is a struggle, and that's because there was like a big ebook load that week, and there are a lot of headings to review. It is important to just do those changes anyway, even when it's a lot, because those also tend to be the records with most incorrect links. Most weeks, though, it's a reasonable number of records. The program itself, if you are interested, is available on GitHub, and I will have that link at the end of my slides. It's really not a complicated program. The hardest part was the concept of it. It does have limitations, such as the fact it doesn't edit in Alma. I can't pause it and save it. I have to run it until it's done or start over. This comes from me just not being a programmer. It also doesn't go backwards. So if I click next by accident, the program moves on without me. However, I still find it to be more efficient to review headings than going down the spreadsheet. When I did this originally with the spreadsheet, I had to open each bib and authority record, which was what was taking most of my time. So you may be wondering what is done with headings that are not linked, and the answer is nothing at this moment. I'll emphasize that I'm trying to do authority control, but also strategically and realistically. And for the moment, I'm prioritizing fixing incorrect links over creating links for unlinked headings. So there are a lot of cases though where I find that there is not a correct heading. In that case, I have to add text to the heading to unlink it. This calls back to the binoculars I told you about with Alma. So to get a heading to unlink when it wants to link, you have to add something to mismatch from the wrong authority record. I also add a subfield 5 IEU, which stops the heading from getting overlaid again in case that bib is overlaid. So my final thoughts on this part, if you want to start an authority control workflow, I would begin by just analyzing the authority control your system does automatically, if it does. I would let the system do its automatic thing if it is successful enough at it, so you can focus the limited staff time you have for authority control on the areas that it really needs human intervention. So I'm going to talk now about doing retroactive authority control. I would define this for the sake of my presentation as authority control on what's not new to the catalog in the last few months. I would also call it, catalog cleanup. This comes in a couple of varieties. So let's say you want to run the preferred term correction job on a certain set. If you don't remember, preferred term correction only works on newly added or modified records. So maybe you know the collection has been around for a while and you want to make sure the terms are up to date. The PTC job isn't one you can run against the set manually, but that doesn't mean that all hope is lost. So there's a couple of things that can be done. So either method starts by creating a set in Alma of the records you want to work with. I made a set out of headings where the author name included MRS, like Mrs. I thought this group would be older records and they would have a lot of headings that have been updated in the meantime with the first name of the author maybe, or new subjects. There were 4,487 in the set. So first of all, I want to credit Ex Libris for actually telling me this. If you create a normalization rule that adds something to the heading, I chose a random 991 tag because we had not configured that tag in our local configurations. Then I created another normalization rule that undoes that change. So now I have two normalization rules that cancel each other out. So the next thing to do is go into Alma configurations and create a normalization process based on these rules. The general documentation for how to do this is online, so I'm not going to go into the details because it's just following like the general documentation. Basically, you're creating a job so these rules can run against a set. So what is the point if they cancel one another out? So what I did was just change the records without really changing the records. So as you can see, the top record has a modification date of June 9th when the normalization rules ran. The bottom record was updated in the preferred term correction job, so it has a modification date of today. The PTC ran on the record because it was recently modified. Essentially, you are taking legacy records that preferred term correction is designed to ignore and making them new. The second strategy, which I would recommend if you want to review what the job does before the changes are made, is to export those bib records from production and then import them into your sandbox. In the sandbox, or at least this is how ours work, you can run the authorities linking job and the preferred term correction at any time. It's not scheduled. Since it's not scheduled, you can test all kinds of configurations. So one important thing to note is that you probably don't want them to overlay their own copy in Sandbox. So we'd want to save the MMS IDs from production without keeping them in the 001 field. So what I do is I open the file and mark edit. I just replace the 001 with another tag that's not used, like 002. So this preserves the ID from production without it getting the sandbox confused. We want sandbox to add these as new with their own MMS IDs. And then when you add them back into the production, you would make them the 001 again. So after adding these as new bibs in Sandbox, you can go into the Alma jobs and see that you have the option in Sandbox to run now. Since the PTC requires the link bib headings to work first, you have to run that job, then run the preferred term correction job. Once that's done, export from Sandbox and overlay back into production. So there are cases where, rather than trying to find authority records that need to be changed, you have a change in mind that you want to do in batch to specific headings. This is where the export, work in mark edit, then add back to Alma is most useful. There are specific headings that you know need to be changed, and the best approach is just go in and change all the instances of those headings, but in the bib records outside of Alma. There are two kinds of situations where I often do this. I would say correcting unusual characters and headings and replacing problematic terms. So for example, I noticed that if there were 2 consecutive spaces in a heading, so just basically a typo, sometimes the link wouldn't happen. The incorrect subfield delimiter is another common problem. So let's say the money sign is used or the delimiter from OCLC is copied and pasted in. So when the incorrect delimiter is used, the record doesn't encode right. So it appears in the Alma analytics report. Normally you wouldn't see the subfield delimiter in analytics, but you see it here because it's the wrong symbol. So fixing them often leads to the heading finally being able to link. So this is actually a really easy way to get authority headings to link that hadn't before. So this is where I appreciate that Alma is proactive about linking just because the text matches, because all you need to do is fix the text, some typos maybe, and the authority control is done. There are also times where there are headings that use outdated language that could just cause harm if they're seen in the catalog. And also just aren't the terms researchers use anymore. I think it's important to have processes in place so you can go easily in and fix all those and just quickly as soon as you know about them. So these are the few of the terms that I've done in the last few months. So using Alma Analytics, I was able to find every instance of these subject headings in the catalog. I could just export the records, make the changes in mark edit with an easy find replace tool, and then import them back in Alma. So the unfortunate thing is that there's no master list of harmful headings that might be in your catalog. So it depends on me just hearing that the heading is there or seeing it. I have my own limited worldview as a white woman, and the system depends on me just like seeing a tweet or something about a LCSH update. And so it's not ideal. However, it is a fast way to manually address headings when you find out about them. I also note that as long as the authority file is changed, preferred term correction should also correct these automatically if you're using it, but I like going in and doing it manually just to make sure that they're gone. So I'm sure we've all had disruptions to our work in metadata because of COVID-19. And I thought I would end this by talking about the authority work we've done at Northwestern that really is a result of everyone in the department suddenly working from home. So as I mentioned earlier, our Voyager to Alma migration happened in 2015. In Voyager, Northwestern had thousands of local authority headings. So this is the list of on my computer of all the files of those headings. They were all types of authorities, conferences, corporate bodies, geographic, name title, personal names, series, topical, and uniform title. Personal name headings alone are 46,776 headings. And we didn't include our own authority records, our internal authority records in Alma. So they just weren't migrated over. These all have creation dates and notice numbers. So I know that they were authorities created from the 1970s to the 1990s. So this is the first example of a personal name from that list. They are not Tenneco standard. They still have a lot of good information in them. They had links to their bibliographic records, which did migrate over in Alma. They have name forms, dates, and so on. I noticed that there are headings for corporate bodies I really couldn't find more information about easily on the web. So this heading I spent a lot of time on for the Chicago Peace Action Coalition, because I found another organization called the Chicago Peace Action Committee, and I was struggling to figure out whether or not they were the same organization. They turned out to be the same organization, but I didn't get that answer until I did a search in the Chicago Tribune archive. So it wasn't something I could just Google and get an answer to. So this is another example of a heading for local organization that we had in our local authority records. And it seemed like a lot of these were organizations and people that really should have authority records. So Gary Strawn, who I mentioned earlier, was the former authorities librarian, had these literally on a hard drive under his desk. So he very graciously put them into MARC files for me, so they would be easy to use. I was hoping to do some automation that might make them to current standard or help make them to a standard, but after looking at them, I determined it wasn't possible. Many had already been made into NACO in the meantime, so they required human searching to check for duplication. It was also just beyond cleanup. It became clear that they would need to be redone completely. So in the back of my mind, I thought this is essentially a list of names that could use authority work. People can work on this in our unit, maybe on a Friday afternoon if they want to break from whatever else they're doing. It'll be a great way for me to practice making authority records. And it should be no surprise that I got these records back in November. So this is way before COVID-19 ever became a thing. So these never-ending cleanup projects can be difficult to set up because you don't have a real endpoint. So they have to be in a shared place. Eventually we could get through it all, I guess theoretically, but that would take years. Like I said, it's at least 46,000 records, but it's way more than that. So it's about getting the files in a shared place and making it easy on everyone in the department to contribute the amount that they can or want to. So I exported the MARC authority records into a tab delimited Excel file and added some columns for tracking purposes. I based these off another shared authority record creation project we had already done at Northwestern for the Berkeley Folk Music Festival. So I already had the template. So before sharing the file, I imported it into OpenRefine, and I used the reconciliation tool with VIAF and LC names. I find that these still need to be searched sometimes, but often if the heading exists, VIAF finds the correct one and the name can just be checked off in the spreadsheet. So I set up a file in a shared folder on our box drive, and I shared it with the metadata work group as sort of a non-priority project. Again, this was probably about February. But then when COVID-19 started, this project went from being a low priority to a high priority, as you might imagine. So this isn't all the columns that I included in the spreadsheet because it's really long, because I put all the MARC authority tags into the spreadsheet so everyone could see all the data from the authority records. It does show the columns I've added and what came from OpenRefine. So this is really a credit to everyone in the metadata work group because it's a lot of NACO in a short period of time. As of May 28th, when I last looked, the personal names spreadsheet showed that there were 339 authority records created as a part of this project. An additional 942 names were researched, meaning the cataloger found a heading was already created, or they looked and realized they needed to pull the original piece maybe in order to make the record. For corporate bodies, which I also added, spreadsheet for the corporate body headings, 121 authority records were created and an additional 218 bodies were looked at. Northwestern likely isn't the only library out there with a backlog maybe of local authority records from a previous system or just a backlog of authority work. So what was ideal about this was the ability to do the work remotely. And what I like about it in particular is seeing the initials of all the people who had made these records with care decades ago, and you see the dates are 1977, 1979, 1982, and knowing that after all this time they spent on the record, it's not just lost on a file under somebody's desk anymore. So the last thing I want to talk about before ending my presentation is a project I'm working on to improve the authority work for Northwestern women faculty. Since coming to Northwestern, I've heard from many people a desire to have the university's authority control improved. So people don't typically say authority control if they're outside of metadata, but this is what they mean. They want the research and impact of Northwestern to be tracked better. So I'm finding ways of doing this, and one of them is by utilizing the existing information that's there on the university's website, which has that additional benefit of being available at home. So Northwestern created a website called Hidden No More to highlight women who have contributed to Northwestern throughout its history. Particular to this project, it has a page of profiles of faculty women. What's really nice about this is the hard part, which is finding these women, gathering the biographical info is already done, and it's really accessible. So I thought these women are all really cool and accomplished, but let me just check that they have authority records. And it turned out more than half of them did not. I don't know why I'm surprised. I know that there are far fewer personal names for women in the authority file, but given their accomplishments, it still took me by surprise. So this was the case even when many of them had bibliographic records for their work in OCLC. So I've begun a project where I'm making an authority record for each one, or adding more information to authority records if they do already have one. So this is an example of one of the profiles, and because everything is connected, she founded the Chicago Abused Women Coalition, which was my example on an earlier slide, and I didn't even put that together until I was practicing my presentation yesterday. So I think this highlights the importance of looking at what kind of data your institution has on its people and organizations and trying to get that into a more shared place. So I questioned whether NACO was the best or only approach to take because I wanted to increase their visibility as much as possible. So after consulting with some colleagues and brainstorming, I determined it would be great to also make wiki data records, which I had never done before prior to last month. So prior to a few weeks ago, I had no experience with this. So I actually recommend starting where I did, which is editing existing records. And if you didn't attend, I would recommend the session from Tuesday on practical approaches to linked data, because the speakers there definitely have more authority and experience than I do. So some of the women already had records, such as the anthropologist Jane Ellen Dykstra. This was from her record. So Wikidata had not mentioned her employment at Northwestern, so it's a really easy thing to edit. I just added Northwestern University to our list of employers. So this adds more information about her, and it ties her to Northwestern, so we get credit for her. I think a lot of universities have online collections similar to Hidden No More that highlight underrepresented groups. So taking these lists and creating authority records or other linked data records is an opportunity to make them more visible while also enhancing your organization's authority control. So what's great about this is once I've made NACO records, I can go into OpenRefine and add the Library of Congress record number to the Wikidata record. So now they're linked. So this is how I've combined the sort of strange circumstances of COVID-19 when we're encouraged to branch out, learn some new skills, and found some projects that enhance authority work, particularly for Northwestern. I want to emphasize that I do intend to continue these projects even if or when I end up back in the office. So with that, I will end the presentation part, and I believe I will have time for questions. If you have technical questions about anything, please feel free to reach out to me. And you can see the code for the authority checking interface at GitHub, along with a lot of other little scripts for managing serials data in particular. So thank you.
Okay, we do have some questions for you, Jamie.
Okay.
Is your ALM instance as an individual institution, Northwestern, or part of a consortia? If it's part of a consortia, is this work done in your institution zone?
We are not a part of a consortia. So I believe it's, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the question again so I can read. Can you repeat the question, make sure I answered it fully?
Yeah, hold on a moment. Is your ARMA instance as an individual institution or part of a consortia? If it's part of a consortia, is this work done in your institution zone? But it sounds like the answer is no.
No, yes, okay, I just want to make sure I didn't just ignore the second part of the question. Thank you for the question.
Sure. We have a couple of remarks here from David Erlinson. I really liked the Python program. From the output, it looked like you had everything you need to feed the results to an API tool, which could help make the authority changes in batch.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I will look into that. That would save me a lot of time and just be much more cool.
There's also a remark from Susan Davis. I love how you have gamed Alma into changing the modification date to today, so you can run the job to make your necessary changes.
Sometimes you have to trick the system that you're in.
Stacy Brody asked if you could share the link to the slides again.
Oh, okay, I don't think I added those yet, so I will do that before the end of the day today.
Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder.
Does anybody else have any more questions? It looks like we may be out of questions. I'm going to give it a moment.
Presentation.
I'm going to give it a moment here just to see if anybody else has one.
Okay.
No, I'm not seeing any. Oh, Helen Bayer says, thanks so much. That was great.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay, I would like to thank you, Jamie, for this presentation. And I would like to thank everybody for attending this session of the NASIG 2020 conference, which is our last live session of this conference. This recording will be posted to our YouTube channel. The speakers will be monitoring the NASIG forum through June 2020 for any questions not covered during this session. That's true of all of our speakers. And the pre-recorded sessions are available now, linked from nasig2020sketch.com, and they're all on the NASIG YouTube channel. At this time, to ask Wendy Robertson, who has been doing a splendid job as hosting this conference every day, who is the chair of the Program Planning Committee for NASIG, if she has anything else she wants to say, or whether Betsy Appleton, who is our incoming head of NASIG, has anything she would like to say. Thank you.
Hi, this is Betsy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just want to say thank you all so much for coming to our online conference, our first one ever. It has been a wild success from my perspective, and I hope you share that with me. I'm really excited that we are planning to be in Madison, Wisconsin next year, and our conference dates are going to be a little earlier than they usually are. They're going to be late May instead of early June. I can't quite remember exactly the dates on those, but you can find them on our website. And again, thank you so much for being part of our NASIG online conference this year.
Wendy, anything to add?
No, thank you for coming.
Just to reiterate, the forums are open through the end of June. All speakers will be monitoring them if you have any further questions. And as said, all of the pre-recorded sessions and the live sessions should be available on NASIG's YouTube channel. And thank you very much for attending.